Good morning, distinguished guests, respected jury members, faculty representatives, and our brilliant young speakers. Welcome to the 26th cycle, a celebration of voices, ideas, and collective action. I'm Varun Vishnu Prasad from the Emirates Environmental Group, privileged to serve as your MC for this cycle. It is with great pride that we welcome you to the 26th cycle of the Inter-School Environmental Public Speaking Competition. The Inter-School Environmental Public Speaking Competition was initiated for the first time in 2001, and since then it has proven to be a highly popular program for the students across the UAE. For over 2 decades, this flagship initiative by the EEG has empowered young minds across the UAE to explore critical environmental challenges and present solutions with confidence and purpose. What began as a platform for dialogue has grown into a powerful movement of awareness, innovation, and action. This year marks a remarkable milestone as the competition reaches its highest participation since its inception, with 120 teams representing both private and government schools from across the UAE. This exceptional growth reflects the rising enthusiasm among young minds to engage in environmental challenges and contribute meaningfully towards a more sustainable future. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly invite you all to stand for the national anthem of the United Arab Emirates. Thank you. We shall now embark on this auspicious day by invoking the divine blessings through verses from the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم
ألم تر أن الله يزجي سحابا ثم يؤلف بينه ثم يجعله ركاما فترى الودق يخرج من خلاله وينزل من السماء من جبال فيها من برد فيصيب به من يشاء ويصرفه عن من يشاء يكاد سنا برقه يذهب بالأبصار يقلب الله الليل والنهار إن في ذلك لعبرة لأولي الأبصار والله خلق كل دابة من ماء فمنهم على بطنه ومنهم من يمشي على رجلين ومنهم من يمشي على أربع يخلق الله ما يشاء إن الله على كل شيء قدير.
Esteemed attendees, educators, distinguished members of the judging panel, and valued peers, I extend a cordial welcome to each of you on the behalf of Emirates Environmental Group. Thank you for your presence as we begin the day one of the 26th cycle of the annual Inter-School Environmental Public Speaking Competition. We invite you, the participants who are with us today, to utilize the platform and to showcase your public speaking skills, to express your opinion to contemporary environmental issues, and to propose innovative solutions to bring about positive change. At EEG, we believe the youth to be the future pillars of sustainability. Therefore, EEG's goal is to empower all of you to become global leaders and steer the path to carbon neutrality and free the world of climate crisis. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome me in joining the co-founder and chairperson of Emirates Environmental Group, the pioneer of this event, Dr. Habiba Al-Marashi, to give the opening address.
Thank you very much, Varun, for that beginning. A very good morning to each and every one of you, my dear students, respected teachers. Thank you for your support, for your commitment, for your perseverance. Esteemed members of the jury panel, for taking time of your busy schedules, and to our dear partners who have supported us to bring this program to fruition. I would like to welcome you all to the 26th cycle of the Inter-School Environmental Public Speaking Competition, which means that this competition started well before any of you, dear students, were born. It's a wonderful platform that we have created in 2001 when we formally established the educational department within the Emirates Environmental Group. It is one of the products and it's one of the proudest achievements of Emirates Environmental Group to be able to create this platform. It is a testament to our enduring commitment to nurturing a generation that is well-informed and inspired. A generation like yourselves that can act responsibly and is resolutely dedicated to environmental stewardship. For 26 years, this program has stood as a cornerstone of EEG's educational outreach. It has consistently empowered students like yourselves across the United Arab Emirates to be able to stand, to make us hear their voices, and to share with us solutions for the different sustainability issues that we are facing. This enduring platform has seen and has shown us how generations of young participants have participated actively in developing critical thinking. We have helped them reach their capabilities and do the proper research and build within them a sense of civic responsibility. This competition continues to evolve, and yet it remains rooted firmly in its origin. And that is what we want to do, inspire awareness amongst all of you, the future generation. Not only awareness, we want to see the action. By nurturing informed and engaged youth, we believe that we are helping shape individual potential and also contributing to a broader culture of sustainability and environmental stewardship across our beautiful country. We usually celebrate this program on 22nd of April in celebration of Earth Day. This year, of course, because of the current circumstances, we had to push it to this month. It's a meaningful program, and it aims to engage your minds in environmental dialogue and action. The theme this year of the Earth Day was Our Power, Our Planet. And it reminds us that each of us holds the ability and responsibility to drive positive change for the future of this place that we call home, our planet. We have all witnessed in the last couple of months the challenging geopolitical turbulences. And alongside of it, there is a lot of lasting impact of global disruption, and it is continuing. Yet, in the face of all these uncertainties, it is really inspiring to see the resilience demonstrated by you, the future generation, our student community, the incredible ability that you have shown to adapt, to persevere, and to continue striving for excellence reflects remarkable strength and maturity. It reassures us that the future is in determined and capable hands, and that is what we as a society have exhibited to everyone. As we commemorate the continuing journey, I celebrate each one of you, our young ambassadors of change. You have managed to bring not only words, but your passion, your vision, and your unwavering belief in a more sustainable tomorrow. I hope and I pray, and I'm inshallah comfortable that this platform will continue to inspire dialogue, ignite ideas, and cultivate solutions that resonate far beyond this stage. I hope during your preparations, you enjoyed the whole task of working together, of planning, of researching, of discussing with your teacher and your fellow students of how do you want to present today and how do you want to bring your case forward. And we are all very excited to see what you will share with us today. This platform offers you a unique opportunity to be able to express your perspectives, explore new ideas, and most importantly, to learn from one another. So I hope that you learned through the process and you will learn much more today as well. True leadership is not defined solely by the ability to speak. It is equally reflected in the willingness to listen. And that's what we want all of us to do today. To reflect and to collaborate with sincerity and purpose. Meaningful change is born from collective effort, and it has proven again and again that we need to collaborate together. We have worked together with my team to bring these topics to you to the fore. And this was the result of the feedback that we received from your fellow colleagues, students last year, who have put across what they think we should be addressing, and that is how it has evolved, and we have developed them into 4 strong topics that are all nature-based in style. Today's topic, nature positive economies. Are we ready for a world where ecosystems come first? Tomorrow, inshallah, we will be tackling food systems. The day after, we will be talking about the future of medicine and healthcare. And the last day, we will be talking about soil restoration. So you can see they are all very intertwined and very interconnected. And this is what we want to bring it to you, the fellow students, to reflect on these issues and to bring it to you to see that these are not issues to be just discussed and competed on. These are everyday issues. It affects us in every aspect of our lives, and we have seen that again and again. During the 2020 COVID-19, we had similar scenarios where we worked remotely, where we had a lot of restrictions, where there were a lot of issues that came to the fore, connecting these issues again together, whether we were talking about food security or healthcare, or the ability to produce enough food for everybody everywhere. So these are, again, issues that are coming to the fore, and they are very important that we shed light on them. and that you understand that these issues affect your daily lives. So we want to dig deep today through your presentation on the interconnectedness of these issues, on the environment, on the social, and on the economic system. So I hope that you have really worked properly on this, prepared yourself. There was a lot of critical thinking, I'm very sure, and today is your day to ask bold questions and to explore solutions with the rest of your colleagues. Today's topic is challenging you to rethink the very foundation of our economic systems. And this is an issue maybe not necessarily discussed all the time in our classrooms. So we want to bring these issues to encourage critical thinking, as I mentioned, but open discussions amongst yourselves, your peers, as well as your teachers, so that these become lively debates in your classrooms, and then they resonate and they take roots within your daily lives. It calls upon us, this topic, to look beyond models that prioritize short-term gains. And this is something that this generation, in the last 50 years, we have been looking at only short-term gains. But in sustainability, we need to embrace approaches that value, protect, and restore the natural ecosystems upon which all life depends. From your voices, from your ideas, from your perspectives, we look forward to hearing bold, insightful reflections that will inspire a shift towards a truly sustainable and nature-positive future. I would like to thank the Ministry of Education, who have been our partners for quite a few years now, for their valuable contribution, for ensuring that this invitation reaches out to every single school in our country, enabling wider student participation and engagement. And that is the purpose of this platform, is to engage you so that you benefit and that you contribute and that you are able to impact. I also want to express our deep appreciation to our staunch supporter and strategic partner, McDonald's UAE, whose continued commitment to community engagement and sustainability initiative within the future generation has contributed to the success of this platform as well. Our appreciation, of course, is to our jury members. And we handpick each and every one of them, looking at their background, their ability to do justice to this beautiful competition. And these are all very professional, bilingual experts in different environmental sciences and in sustainability issues. So my dear jury members, thank you very much for your time, for your expertise, and your guide in this important competition. In total, over the course of the 4 days, mashallah, we have recorded 120 teams from all over the country, the sub-senior level and the senior level. So from the age of 13 to the age of 18, from all curriculums in the country, we have registered 717 students who will be participating in the course of these 4 days. I would like to thank the schools that have come on board this year. And I would like to thank all the schools that have registered, for the teachers who have taken time to really ensure that their teams have prepared their homework and have done their preparations. And today they will mesmerize us with their presentations. Last year, Global Indian International School, Dubai, took the championship title they scored the highest over the course of 4 days. So this year it's left to be seen, will they be able to hold on to it, or there will be another school that will merge to the top. And that is what we will be eagerly waiting to hear and see. I always get very excited to listen to your new and fresh perspectives on the ever-growing sustainability challenges and the complication of these challenges. So I look forward to see your beautiful presentations. But I promise you, regardless of where you stand today in the scoring, for me and for my whole team, you are all winners and incredible competitors. And I hope, inshallah, you will first and foremost enjoy this whole process, and you will open your hearts and you will open your minds and you will listen intently to what is being shared. There's a lot of beautiful knowledge that we will all gain from this platform. And I hope that you all enjoy yourself, and good luck to every single one of you. And with this, I officially declare the 26th cycle of the Inter-School Environmental Public Speaking Competition is open, and let's begin the beautiful journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Habiba, for the uplifting speech, which is the perfect way to kickstart this event. Get ready to be inspired as we welcome incredible talents of students from the Millennium School. Their performance today promise to add an exciting and memorable spark to our celebration. Let's give them a big round of applause as they honor this momentous occasion. Wonderful. So before we start the competition, I would like to share some housekeeping notes. So exactly 7 minutes to present and not more. Students, do keep that in mind. I will request each presenting team to raise their hands on Zoom and confirm who will be sharing the presentation and who will be speaking. Kindly raise your hands so we can give you access, and we will pin all of you to the screen accordingly. The teams will hear 2 bells go off during their presentation. The first bell is a single bell and indicates 5 minutes have passed. And the second bell is continuous and indicates that 7 minutes have passed. Points will be deducted if the teams exceed the allotted time of 7 minutes. Points will also be deducted if the speakers merely read from their papers or their devices. Dear teams, don't leave the virtual platform to avoid missing your presentation slot and to benefit from learning of each other's presentations. Do stay with us till the end of the event, as we will be sharing the scores of each team. Every year, our commitment to maintain the highest standards in judging remains unwavering. For this year's edition, we are privileged to have a distinguished panel of bilingual experts who have graciously accepted our invitation to evaluate the competition. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to these recognized leaders in the field of sustainability in the UAE for lending their expertise to this event. Their participation ensures a fair, equitable, and unbiased evaluation process. So today we have Ms. Maya Haddad, Senior Sustainability Manager at Ajman University, Hind Abdullah, ESG Communities Lead at Emirates NBD, Dr. Abdul Ghani, Professor and Chairman of Sustainability and Renewable Energy Engineering Department at University of Sharjah, and Dr. Naila Mohammed, Professor at Higher Colleges of Technology. Respected judges, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to join us. It is highly appreciated. Once again, the competition is scored out of 50 points, with each judges assessing based on clarity of speech, is 10 points, originality of ideas, 15 points, evaluation of environmental impact and solutions, 15 points, presentation of research evidence, 10 points. I would also like to request all the jury members, since the competition is virtual, that there are chances that during the presentation there might be lag. So therefore, the synchronization of the student speech and the presentation might be slightly off. So please do keep the same in consideration. I would also like to bring to your attention that we have sent a virtual backdrop in celebration of Earth Day. Please use that so we can have a group picture later during the background before the first team comes on screen. We will be sharing the background on chat box as well to enable you to download it easily and set it as your virtual background. I would like to request all participants to be aware of the time allotted, as we have a large number of presentations today. Therefore, please let us make an effort to stick to the schedule. A word of advice for the students presenting right after a break: please make sure you return a few minutes before the break is over so that we can start your presentation exactly on time. Throughout the day, we will have 3 breaks: a mid-morning break, an afternoon break, and a final break at the end of the competition. After the final break, the awarding ceremony will commence. So students, before we start, let's all turn on your cameras and put the virtual backdrop, teachers as well, everyone present, so we can have a group photo before we start. All right, students, just everyone do smile. We will be taking screenshots of all the pages on the Zoom. All right. A second. All right. Just a few more seconds.
Such beautiful smiles. Thank you.
Just a minute. All right. Just one more page. We have a lot of students today. All right, brilliant. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Now, without further delay, let us commence with the presentation of the topic of the day. Nature positive economies. Are we ready for a world where ecosystems come first? Our first presenting team is from New Indian Model School, Dubai. Please raise your hands, students, so we will pin you and we will make presenter co-host so you can share your screen. Every other student, please lower your hands. Only New Indian Model School, Dubai, please raise your hands. All right, students, please switch on your camera as well. Students, please turn on your camera and switch on your mic. And when you're ready, let us know. Judy, please let us know if you're ready.
I had just time traveled into the year of 2050. Confusing, right? Let's go back to the start. It all started when Huda was just cleaning the attic. She then found a box labeled 1800s, and inside was her great-grandfather's journal. One idea stood out, a time travel machine. So she thought it wouldn't hurt to try. After several months, she finally built it. She typed in 2015, closed her eyes for 3 seconds. Opened to a whole new world, pixelated nature, heavy air. But then her chest started tightening. She asked a stranger, "Excuse me, what's going on?" "Oh, you must be new around here. Is this the daily on delivery? Just go to the app and purchase food. I guess you do it basically in your part now, right?" The panic hit back. She could barely breathe. And in an instant, she was back. And that's when it hit me. This could actually be a reality if we don't act soon. Back to the present here. I am Fatima Huda. Fatima. I am Nabiha Muhammad. I am Darra Fatima. I am Zayed and are presenting about nature positive economies. A nature positive economy restores biodiversity and reverses environmental damage while staying within planetary limits. Over 44 trillion of global GDP depends on nature. Protecting it isn't optional, it's essential. Act by 2030, the consequences are irreversible. We risk species loss, collapse of ecosystem services, and unsafe air, water, and soil, all of which directly affect human health and food security. Today's economy overuses resources, drives up emissions, and damages ecosystems, pushing nature beyond its limits. The result is a more fragile planet with declining biodiversity and a worsening climate crisis. Since 1970, raw material use has soared past 100 billion tons. Air pollution has intensified as industry expanded. Plastic production has multiplied, and wildlife has dropped from 100 to just 27. With growth is imbalance. The warning signs are everywhere. Polluted air, unstable climate, contaminated water, deforestation, soil degradation, and rapid biodiversity loss. 99% of people breathe polluted air. Around 1 million species risk extinction, and the last 8 years have been the hottest ever recorded. These aren't the statistics. They're signals that change can't wait. In the UAE, major environmental challenges include water scarcity, air pollution, marine pollution, and climate change, showing that even developing nations face the environmental pressure. The UAE is responding to the Net Zero 2050 strategy, National Climate Change Plan, marine and coastal protection, waste reduction programs, and improved air quality monitoring systems. Nature supports the economy by providing food, water, raw materials, jobs, and environmental stability, all essential for long-term growth. A nature-positive future isn't just about protection, it's about restoration, building ecosystems, safeguarding biodiversity, and building economies where both people and nature can thrive. The goal isn't just to slow down the damage, it's to reverse it completely. Are we ready for a world where ecosystems come first? Yes, but partially. We have the knowledge and the technology, but our policies aren't moving fast enough to match the urgency. Closing the gap is the biggest challenge. To bridge the gap, we designed an innovative solution called the Carbon Shift Device. It captures polluted air from cities, factories, and traffic. It then transforms it into clean energy like electricity or fuel. Dust and microplastics are recycled into bricks or fertilizers. It's self-powered, turning the very pollution into a resource. Low-release solutions include cutting emissions, protecting 30% of land and ocean, and shifting to more sustainable production to restore ecosystems and biodiversity. In the UAE, solutions include water conservation, clean energy, waste reduction, and marine protection. This is proof that progress is possible with long-term commitment. As students, small actions matter. Reducing waste, reducing useful products, and avoiding unnecessary consumption. Every choice counts. This isn't just a project. It's a promise to our planet and to the future we will inherit. The future isn't something we wait for. It's something we shape starting now. Our project fully supports the Sustainable Development Goals, guiding our world into a more sustainable and smarter world. We turn ideas into action through innovation, sustainable cities, and responsible living. Because every choice we make today echoes across lands, oceans, and generations to come. Thank you.
Right, thank you, students. And your judges, please note the next team is from GEMS Modern Academy, Dubai, the current team. Following that will be Leaders Private School, Sharjah. Please get ready. Current school, GEMS Modern Academy, please raise your hands. All right, students, turn on your camera and please share your screen. And you can unmute yourself.
Hello.
All right, if you're all in the, if all of you are in the same room, whoever is speaking should have their mics on, the rest should have it mute. Otherwise, there'll be an echo, or all of you should be wearing headphones. All right. Are you ready? Please share your screen. Just your screen. All right. Ready?
Yeah.
All right, you can start.
This. This is what most governments use to measure their success.
Sorry, I think boss, I think you have stuck. Arcadia? Okay, please continue.
GDP tells us how much we produce, but it does not tell us the cost of that production. And that arguably matters more than the production itself. So here's the question that we're asking today. A question that worst world leaders still aren't asking globally. What did we have to destroy to earn this? What is the sacrifice we made? Today, Team GMA is here to fix it.
Now, let's look at these two plants. One plant symbolizes what happens to nature when we sideline it and focus on results. The other is what's possible when nature is part of the equation. Here's what the numbers don't tell you. The wilted plant, it stands for China. And China's GDP is $19.5 trillion. Second in the world. By its environmental harm index score, 88 out of 100. This healthy plant, albeit smaller, is still benefiting our environment. Just like how Nigeria, with a GDP of just 280 billion, but scores of 45. Less money, but less damage. These two, nature and GDP, are disconnected in the status quo. And we're here to change that. What GDP misses is everything that keeps us alive. The loss of biodiversity, carbon which poisons our atmosphere, industries which poison our water, and construction that harms our coastal protection. When a mangrove forest is cleared for a resort, GDP goes up, but the animals there are displaced, the forest destroyed. When a wetland is drained for a road, GDP goes up. When a factory pollutes a river and we spend money cleaning it up, GDP goes up again, which goes to show how we only care about the results it produces, while ignoring the means it takes, even if those very means are ending the world as we speak. Now it's time for the game show.
All right, let us lighten up the mood before we discuss our solution. Let's play a quick game. I'm going to ask some questions to my teammates and they will give me the answers. Question 1. A country builds a new power plant. Before that power plant, forests are cleared and air pollution increases. But the power plant makes $200 million in revenue. What does the official GDP report say happened? A, it grew by $2 billion with environmental damage. B, it only earned $2 billion, or C, it doesn't say anything. I would like one of my teammates to answer this question.
I think it should be A.
Well, you're wrong. The GDP index that we use nowadays does not include the environmental damage that happens. And this is a major flaw. But what if we had a formula that actually counted this? What if economic structures did not ignore the actual truth? What if we had a simple system to include not only the production of countries, but also the harm they cause. And this is where a solution comes in. 3 components and 1 honest measure. Component 1, GDP. Production still matters. We will still include how much a country produces in this index because it is essential to show growth and progress in a nation, but with 2 other extra components. Component 2, environmental debt. We will remove the environmental debt that the country has caused from their GDP. For example, over water extraction, land degradation, biodiversity loss, emissions, etc. All of this gets removed from your GDP score because you have damaged the environment. Component 3. The third component is simple, regenerative credit. What it means is that if you restore a mangrove forest, or if you install circular economy systems, or if you install renewable infrastructure, all of this adds to your GDP score. Because even though there are problems, there are certain countries who actually work towards a better future. And together with these 3 components, we have the golden formula, also known as the Green Sovereign Index. What we're doing is not replacing GDP, we're just completing a broken system. But is the world ready for this? Is the world ready? That's the question.
Is the world ready? That's the question that people always ask. And honestly, it's the wrong question because the world isn't waiting for permission. It's already moving. Circle Dubai, right here in this very city, is building circular economy infrastructure. The Net Zero Initiative is laying the groundwork for natural capital accounting in the UAE. This
So what does this look like for each of us? As a team, we solve this by inspiring change in action on 4 main levels. Individually, reduce waste, support brands that are sustainable, and demand transparency. Locally, even in our school, recycle grey water and use effective waste systems for reuse. Nationally, natural capital accounting, green GDP frameworks, and biodiversity monitoring. Because what gets measured gets managed. And internationally, carbon markets, and global cooperation. Nature does not stop at borders, and neither should we. Every economy today is choosing between these 2 paths, these 2 plans. Fast growth with hidden costs, or honest, measurable growth that may or may not take a longer time. GDP is not wrong, it's just incomplete, and GSI completes that picture for us.
We are Team GFA, and we say nature causes economy.
Right. Thank you, students. All right, next team, Leaders Private School, please raise your hands. And Gems Modern Academy, please lower your hand. Right, students, please share your screen. All right, are you ready?
Amazing. Pollution is rising. Hospitals are full. Oxygen is selling like gold. GDP is booming. But they can't even breathe. Exactly. Crisis creates demand. Demand creates growth. That's the economy. Wait, can correct this. We just subtract environmental damage from GDP. So, you stop the damage? No, I'll just adjust the report. Net growth still looks positive. Both of you are counting the price of destruction, not stopping it. But money drives progress. No, life drives everything. You only value air when it becomes a product. Then, how do we measure what cannot be priced? If growth destroys what we're living on, then what are we really growing? Maybe survival matters more than statistics. We don't need a price for life. We need a system that protects it. It's time for a new measure. Not GDP, not green GDP, but something that values life itself. Imagine you're the CEO of a country. Every time you cut down a forest, you make money. Every time people get sick, profits go up. Sounds wrong, right? But that's basically how our system works today. So we asked a simple question. What if progress actually meant something real? To understand that, let's look at what we use today. GDP, gross domestic product, is basically like a giant receipt. It tells us how much we spend, but not how well we live. The formula is simple. Consumption, investment, government spending, and exports. So the goal becomes more. More spending, more growth. At least on paper. Let me ask you something. Are disasters like fires or illness good? Of course not. But GDP increases when these happen. If you're sick and spending money, GDP goes up. So somehow problems start to look like progress. But progress is really about people. To fix this, green GDP subtracts environmental damage from GDP. And that's where EVI comes in, the Environmental Value Index. Think of GDP as a speedometer. It shows speed. EVI is the GPS. It combines the economy, society, and the environment to guide us in the right direction. So, do we measure this? We take indicators like employment, scale them from 0 to 100, combine them to form one final score. But progress is about people. We measure well-being, healthcare, education, and equality. These show how people are actually living, not just surviving. What matters most? Education, healthcare, or happiness? Exactly. EVI includes all of these. Next comes sustainability. Because without a planet, nothing else matters. We track carbon, air quality, and biodiversity. These are sample scores. If they were real, we'd be running the government already. Do you think countries are doing enough? Exactly. Growth means nothing without a future to grow into. We combine economic, social, environmental scores into one final EVI score. No hiding behind growth while everything else declines. And the best part, this isn't just an idea. The UAE is already moving in this direction, growing economically while investing in sustainability. It proves something important. Balance is possible. AI acts as the brain behind EVI, processing massive amounts of data, guiding smarter decisions. We even built an app to show it. Change doesn't start with the government. It starts with you. Your choices today creates the future for tomorrow. Please scan this QR code to access the app. It consists of this is the EVI dashboard, a live pulse of our nation's health. It merges economic, social, and environmental score into one data to ensure our growth is balanced and sustainable. Our AI assistant acts as a digital consultant. It analyzes national trends to give leaders instant, data-driven recommendations for better policy making. The simulator uses AI.
രണ്ടുപേരോട് ഒരേപോലത്തെ പേരാക്കാൻ പറ സ്കൂളിന്റെ അവർ ഓൺ
We can test projects
അതായത്
to see the impact on GDP and sustainability before spending a single dirham. Virtual world turns data into a visual reality. By adjusting sliders like greenery or pollution, we can see the impact a policy will have before implementing it. Global rankings compare nations based on EVI to encourage improvement, healthy competition. Kids' modes make sustainability fun by teaching children how their actions affect the environment. EVI connects everything: AI, sustainability, and human decision making. It turns complex data into something we can all understand. From governments to schools, EVI becomes a shared language to a smarter future. So, let's compare. GDP counts money but ignores people and the planet. Green GDP improves that but still misses well being. EVI brings everything together: economy, people, and the environment into a brighter picture of progress. These are the data sources that we used for this project. Progress isn't about how much we make, it's about what we protect. The future isn't something we wait for, it's something we build. EVI, true progress, redefined. Thank you.
Thank you, students. All right. Next is our own high school, Dubai. Please raise your hands. Our own high school, Dubai. Our own high school, are you here?
Oh, 1 second. We are just sharing and putting the video.
22. Fine.
Can you give camera to Sini Haridasan?
Sure, we'll make her co-host.
We visible?
Yes. Please share your screen. Okay.
Yeah, we just landed in Delhi right now, and I'm not gonna lie, the energy's insane. Little clarity though, ain't it? Namaste. I am Mr. Sarvesh Big Money Chandran, and this is Mr. Gautam Paisavana. Namaste. Everything you see here is already part of tomorrow's economy. And the best part, you're early. Early means opportunity. We are building a large-scale infrastructure project, the Apex Monolith, 150 floors of pure luxury. We want you involved. Your face on every billboard, from here all the way to Mumbai. Yo, Chair, Mount Tower, gonna be bigger than Ronaldo. Suey. By the way, what do I sign? Just a sign right here. Don't worry about the fine print. Back up! Get that filth out of here. Nobody, calm down. Why are you crashing out on the stream, bro? If you sign that, entire ecosystems will vanish in a breath. And what's gone will be gone forever. Yo, chat, that was deep. Who are you to lecture me on business? I am the richest businessman in India, and I got that through cutting off some useless trees. I mean, look at this city. Do you think development took place because of pipsqueaks like him who was scared? You want progress, you've got to break some eggs. Or in this case, some trees. Yes, look at the city. Look at the air. Delhi is frequently ranked as the world's most polluted city, with air quality 18 times worse than the WHO safety guidelines.
And over 200,000 people are affected by this toxic air annually in Delhi. And Delhi isn't alone. 70% of global emissions come from cities.
Yo, Jeff, when I was in Brazil, I saw them violating the Amazon rainforest. And here you guys are just smoking it. If the trees die here and the air dies here, where are we supposed to go? Mars? I ain't trying to live with Elon, bro. This isn't La La Land. There is no other way. You want to house 2 billion people, you kill the tree, build a skyscraper, and make money out of it. It's just collateral damage.
But money builds towers and nature builds life. But what if they work together?
And that's why we have Terron.
The first system that designs eco-smart cities before the destruction starts.
You input any infrastructure project, a house, a school, observations, 150 floor midlife crisis monument, and it creates multiple design alternatives, each scored on an eco score from A to F based on environmental impact. Cube the monolith. And F, is that a joke? You think you can threaten my empire with a stupid website? I'm not in danger, Bajrangi. I am the danger. Oh, shiver me timbers.
But Terron doesn't ghost you at the F. It reads environmental data like sunlight patterns and wind flow and redesigns the layout before you even break ground.
Yo, the chat is saying that going green is going to destroy jobs and employment. Is that cap?
That's total cap. Terron connects you to green jobs like eco contractors, solar architects, and green builders.
Yes, traditional construction workers get direct upskilling into green roles and local suppliers get prioritized. But if you don't build factories, malls and all that, where does the real money come from?
Eco-tourism. Terron maps entire regions and identifies how they generate economic value through eco-tourism. Eco-lodges, nature trails, conservation parks, and such.
Okay, kids, the breathing building stuff is cute, but my investors want to see steel, height, and massive returns. What makes you think that some save the tree stickers will make them ignore the bottom line? That's because they know nothing about financing, Sarvesh. A higher eco score means better terms, lower rates of interest, and massive pools of capital. Yo, so the bank gives you a discount for building sustainably?
Yes, green financing is low risk and is growing 25% annually. The greener you build, the cheaper it is to fund.
Fine. Maybe it's not a fairy tale after all. I have to admit, Terron makes the Apex monolith look like an ancient relic. Yo, chat, we came to New Delhi for a vibe check. It turns out we got a reality check. We don't need to choose between the bags and the bushes. We can have them both.
Roses are red,
violets are blue. Terron is changing the world. And so can you. Peace! Okay. Judges, please note that we have attached the link to the PPT and the website on the PPT. You can access it and check how the website really works.
All right. Thank you, students. All right. Next school, Far Eastern Private School, Al Shahba, Sharjah. Please raise your hands. And GEMS, our own Indian school, we will be following them. Please get ready. All right. Far Eastern Private School, please raise your hands.
Wait, we're gonna get unmuted in a second.
Hello, mic test, 1, 2, 3. Mic test, 1, 2, 3.
Hello, mic test. Hello. Di ako naririnig po. Podcast screen. Hello.
Is it blinking? It's okay.
Hello, mic test. 1, 2, 3. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello,
Please.
mic test. Okay.
Hello, mic test. 1, 2, 3. Hello.
Make it full screen, please. All right.
Hello, mic test once again.
All right. You can start.
Mic test. Hello. Not sure.
Ready?
Mic test. Hello. 1, 2, 3. Hello, mic test. 1, 2, 3. Hello. Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
we can hear you. All right. Ready?
Well, once again. I am water. United Nations data confirms over 2 billion people already face water stress. I have watched empires drown, and I've watched yachts span for miles and miles without a single drop. I do not need you. You need me. I am the forest. UN Food and Agriculture Organization data states that 10.9 million hectares of me disappear every single year. An area the size of Portugal, gone. I can live without you. You cannot live without me.
I am the air, the intergovernmental science policy platform on biodiversity warns 1 million species face extinction. You breathe me 23,000 times a day, yet you fill me with carbon. And still, I fill your lungs for now.
I am soil. The Global Land Outlook estimates that 40% of the world's land is already degraded, directly affecting the livelihoods of 3.2 billion people. When my topsoil erodes, your food security vanishes. I am not dirt. I am a living ecosystem, and I am dying. So when I go, hunger follows.
We are the generation that will watch you choose. Between greed and survival, between now and forever, we are not the future. We are the now. Nature is speaking. Are you listening? Nature is suffering. Are we ready for a world where ecosystems come first?
Nature is not only beautiful, it is essential for our survival. Scientists estimate that ecosystems provide services worth about $125 to $140 trillion every single year. According to the United Nations and OECD, more than 1.5 times the size of global GDP. These services include pollination of crops, water purification, flood protection, carbon sequestration, and climate regulation.
But today, our global economy often harms the very systems that sustain life.
Every year, about $7.3 trillion is spent on activities that damage nature. The UN Environment Programme's 2026 State of Finance for Nature report reveals this.
through harmful subsidies and nature-negative investments.
While only 220 billion US dollars is spent on protecting nature. That means for every $30 spent destroying nature, only $1 is spent in protecting it. The imbalance is clear.
In the United Arab Emirates, sustainability is especially important. The UAE imports about 80 to 90% of its food. The US Department of Agriculture data confirms this.
And traditional farming uses large amounts of water in a region where water scarcity is a critical challenge.
This means we must find smarter ways to grow food
While protecting our most precious resource,
Water.
water.
So, at our school, we decided to take action. We have the Eco Garden Project, a vertical garden using a simplified gravity-fed hydroponic system.
Unlike commercial systems that cost thousands and requires electricity, our gravity-fed design works without power. This proves that innovation doesn't need a big budget, just big thinking.
Hydroponics allow plants to grow using nutrient-rich water solutions instead of traditional soil.
This method reduces water use by about 70 to 90% compared to traditional farming. Our research from Arizona State University demonstrates this.
In our Eco Garden projects, we have already grown eggplant, ampalaya, petchai, and so much more using zero electricity and a gravity-fed system. By building our structures out of recycled HDPE plastic bottles, we turn local waste into a functional resource.
But the deeper impact, our survey showed 100% of our 35 participants now believe that recycled materials do protect the environment, up from the 28.6% before we started.
We changed minds, we changed habits.
A small project, yet a powerful solution.
And the best part is, any school can do this.
To begin, schools would need simple materials such as recycled 5-liter bottles, a direct line pipe system, wooden supports, and basic gardening tools.
It doesn't require a large space, and it doesn't require a large budget. Our entire Eco Garden project costs only 650 dirhams.
650? This bottle was once trash. Now it's growing food. What it would require is the courage to start.
So now imagine if every school in the UAE had an Eco Garden project. Together, we could save millions of liters of water every year.
We could grow more food locally
while reducing the environmental impact of importing food.
This is how small actions create big change.
Nature gives us life. Nature feeds us.
Nature sustains us.
And protecting it is our responsibility.
Nature-positive economies do not begin in boardrooms.
They begin in classrooms.
They begin with students.
They begin with us.
Small actions.
Big difference.
One nature-positive future. Are we ready? 1, 2, 3.
All right, thank you.
Wait until for close. Yeah.
Thank you, students. All right, thank you, students. Let's go to next school, GEMS, our own Indian school. Please raise your hands. All right. All right. Okay. Who is sharing presentation? Please share. We will make you all co-hosts. Following this is our own English High School Sharjah girls. Please get ready. All right, please share your screen. Gems, our own Indian school.
Hello, can you please let me share the screen?
Sure.
Can we start?
Yes, you can start. All right, ready?
Yes, ready.
Okay, start.
Students, welcome to the Inter-School Environmental Public Speaking Competition. You have 7 minutes. Your time starts now.
Good morning, Judge. Today, we present a confrontation between two hostile camps, industrialists and environmentalists.
Today's debate will settle it.
I'm in the energy sector, and I'm qualified to say economies run on industry, growth, and profit. You don't get that from trees, and you can't build an economy by putting trees before profit.
And you think you can sustain an economy by destroying nature when your profit depends on the earth?
Global GDP has risen to levels higher than ever before.
The average person is richer, and the cost of that growth is shared by everyone on the planet.
Well, global emissions have rapidly increased. NASA warns of long-term consequences from climate change. Historians will mark this era from its environmental reckoning.
The WHO confirms millions of people die every single year from environmental issues. And get this, it's not the everyday person driving that. 71% of global emissions are caused by large industrial actors like you.
Both sides make strong points. The economy has grown. That's positive. But growth is certainly not without costs. Can the environmentalists explain why GDP alone is not the right measure?
Sure, so what we would like to say...
No, they can't. International poverty has fallen in direct correlation with rising GDP.
It is rising population and purchasing power that drives emissions, not industry alone.
However, every commodity you produce draws on two sources of value, nature and labor. With no functioning ecosystems, there will be no production.
The World Bank projects $2.7 trillion in losses by 2030 from biodiversity collapse alone.
Meanwhile, industrialists collectively spend $7 trillion per year on nature-destroying activities. GDP does not capture any of this cost. It hides the greatest source of true loss.
Okay. I accept that GDP is a flawed measure. But what are the real consequences of ignoring the environment?
7 million deaths per year from air pollution alone.
Entire nations like Tuvalu are permanently relocating their populations due to rising seas. Antarctica is losing ice fast enough that plants are now growing on its surface.
The Paris Agreement has failed its own 1.5 degree target. Industrialists are eroding both sources of their wealth, nature and people.
Sure, I totally care about the 4 people from Tuvalu and a bunch of penguins. Judge, they have pointed out flaws and quoted statistics, but they have offered no real alternatives. They criticize GDP with nothing to replace it.
In the steel sector, I know production is necessary.
True. Now, unless the environmentalists have proof, wait, the PPT slides is proof, doesn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Ethiopia, near 100% renewable energy, and the largest in the African continent.
Denmark, targeting 70% greenhouse gas reductions by 2050, full carbon neutrality by 2050, while remaining one of Europe's most competitive economies.
And our very own UAE, 100 million mangroves by 2050, and the largest growing economy in the entire region.
These are not small nations. These are economic leaders. I'm impressed.
Granted, but the environmentalists still have no alternative for GDP. Without tracking the economy, millions risk falling back into poverty.
The upfront cost of going green is simply too high for most industries.
Judge, we have created the Environmental Economical Efficiency Index, the EEI.
Wait, where'd the other ego?
EEI just doesn't sound too good.
We take GDP and divide it by measurable environmental damage. The more the damage, the lower the score.
The score draws on CO2 emissions, landfill waste, and air quality, weighted by human death. Nations with global environmental impact are penalized further.
We tested this with 3 nations. Denmark leads, high economy, low damage. China follows, largest industrial output, severe environmental cost. Bhutan scores cleanly on the environment but has a small economy. This index can truly measure what GDP simply cannot.
Fine. Your metric makes sense. But knowing the score does not change behavior, how do you actually make this happen in a profit-driven economy? That's basically a fantasy.
Look, we don't want to cut your profits. We blame the game, not the player. So we change the game.
1. An ecosystem tax. Polluters pay for measurable damage.
2. A nature credit market. Companies that cannot stop polluting buy credits. These credits fund ecological restoration.
3. Mandatory EEI reporting. No investor commits capital blindly anymore.
And crucially, once consumers can see their EEI scores publicly, they shift their purchasing to pro-environmental companies.
I have to admit, that is a coherent system.
Tanmay, this is supposed to be a debate.
But have they said anything wrong?
No, but they haven't even talked about cost.
Talking about cost, according to the UNEP, investing $7.4 trillion into green production returns $152 trillion, a 2,000% gain. The numbers are clearly on their side.
Okay. You gave us the problem, the evidence, the consequence, and the solution. That's the only real form of victory. Judge?
I judged too many groups today. Let's just ask the audience. Oh, we're in Zoom. The question is no longer how much we grow, but whether we survive that growth. Whose side are you on?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, students. Let's go to the next school, our own English High School, Sharjah Girls. Please raise your hands. All right, you will be given co-host rights and then you can share your screen. The following this school is Nibras International School, Dubai. Please get ready.
Quote, "The earth provides enough to satisfy every man's needs, but not every man's greed. Unquote. Mahatma Gandhi.
Today, in this courtroom, we examine whether we are truly ready for a nature-positive economy and if our systems can support this shift. We have the representatives of our own English high school, Sharjah, the eco-visionaries, here to present the case.
Thank you, Your Honor. Our team is here to establish a nature-positive economy while exploring current challenges, potential problems, and their solutions.
We often measure a country's success by its economic output, but this growth has come at a cost.
Your Honor, a nature-positive economy means exploring nature while continuing development. Over 50% of global GDP depends on nature, yet we are rapidly destroying ecosystems, risking major disasters. However, a shift could create 395 million jobs by 2030 and $10 trillion in economic value.
Can growth truly be called progress while it leads to the destruction of our planet? Your Honor, while the idea sounds optimal, reality is challenging. Eco-friendly goods often cost more due to increased expenses for sustainable, ethical materials and official certification. Many countries lack resources and awareness. A rapid shift may cause lower economic growth and job loss. Your Honor, may I now call upon the first witness of the day, the investor, to share her opinion on this matter. Ms. Afsa, please proceed.
From a business perspective, sustainable production requires high investment. Due to this high capital requirement, cost of these products can rise by 20 to 50%. Furthermore, the data collected through our own survey shows that many consumers are aware of environmental issues. It also highlights that quality and price are the most important factors for them when buying a product. However, a large number of consumers are not willing to pay higher prices. Though they care about the environment, they often prefer regular products instead of more expensive, sustainable ones. If we rush, small businesses may fail and economic growth may slow down. An empty stomach cannot be fed by ideals, only by economic growth.
Let us consider the cost of not acting. What will happen then? Climate disasters cost hundreds of billions yearly. Ignoring nature is not saving money, it's delaying a bigger crisis. Your Honor, may I now call upon Ms. Juveria, the scientist, the second witness of the day, to share her experiences.
We are facing serious environmental decline, and the species are disappearing at an extremely high rate. Forest loss also affects rainfall and agriculture. However, practical solutions already exist and have been taken into use, like Green GDP, Human Development Index, which is used to measure health and living standards, and gross national happiness. National capital accounting values ecosystem services like clean air, safe water, and carbon sequestration. These are not just ideas, they are already being implemented worldwide. Now, solutions are not just limited to government laws, but also to public entertainment. For example, Costa Rica. The United Nations has named as the champion of the earth for using nearly 100% renewable energy. Moving on towards the UAE, let's take a look over their initiatives. The UAE is the first country in the Middle East to commit to achieving net zero carbon emissions by 2050. Moreover, the UAE has taken significant steps to ban plastic use. Let's explore the initiatives taken by India. India focuses on promoting green growth while restoring ecosystems and wildlife.
Okay, so Ms. Juveria, are all countries ready for this transition?
No, not yet.
So you do mean that developing nations may face trouble, right?
Yes, but along with investment, awareness support, and global support, they can adapt.
Your Honor, the evidence shows that we are not yet fully prepared. With high costs, limited infrastructure, and market resistance still present, it is only wise that we proceed with caution.
We may not be completely ready, but we cannot delay it. Let's weigh inaction against action. Environmental damage has already cost us. While action carries short-term risks, inaction carries far greater long-term dangers. We must begin now.
This quote recognizes the key challenges and the risks of inaction, economic and environmental collapse. Final verdict. The world is not completely ready for change, but delaying action will only make it worse. A balanced approach is necessary. Support for developing nations, investment in sustainable solutions, and a shift towards a nature-positive economy rather than a traditional one. So this quote concludes that we may not be fully ready, but waiting is no longer an option. Court is adjourned.
Quote, it's common sense. You cannot have infinite growth on a finite planet. Unquote. Sir David Attenborough.
All right. Thank you, students. Nibras International School, Dubai, please raise your hands. Nibras, two. Everyone coming from one screen or everyone coming from different screens? Please let me know.
Can you unmute yourself? Yes. We have two screens. We are unable to share our screen right now. Can you give us permission?
Yes. Who is sharing? Team Nibras? That's the account you are sharing from?
Yes, we have two Team Nibras.
Okay. We will make you co-hosts. Following this is Dubai National School Al Taba boys. Please get ready. And Brass, make it full screen.
Good news. Our economy is growing. We're producing more, consuming more, building more. It's a story of profit, at least according to the numbers. But let's step outside for a moment. Let's look at the world. Her mountains, her rivers, the land that feeds us. A forest is razed to the ground, yet the GDP rises. A river is poisoned beyond return, but the GDP never falls. Ecosystems collapse, but the economy does nothing but grow. So let me ask you, are we progressing? I mean, 99% of us breathe in polluted air, yet the global GDP has tripled from $33 trillion to $100 trillion in just 20 years.
So by definition, this is progress, right? No. Times like these call for change, where economic success is built on the health of our environment. The question is, are we prepared to redefine the meaning of progress itself?
We don't just have a resource problem. We have a massive spending problem. We aren't failing to save nature. We are actively, systematically financing its destruction. We pay trillions to tear up the roots of trees that hold our soil together, then act surprised when the ground disappears. This is the blind spot economy. We value timber only when the tree is cut. We value the living forest at zero. We liquidate our most precious assets and call it income. We don't need a miracle. We must reinvest less than 1% of global wealth back into the systems that give us air, water, and climate stability. If we can afford destruction, we can afford the cure.
Here's the truth, the statistics. Over half the global economy, $44 trillion, depends on nature. Yet, since the 1990s, we have destroyed nearly 40% of our natural capital. Consider this. The world spends $7.3 trillion every year harming ecosystems. For every $1 we spend to protect nature, we spend $35 to destroy it. This is not just a statistic. This is a cry for help. Air pollution kills millions annually and eats 5% of global GDP. 99% of us breathe unsafe air. Land degradation covers 40% of our planet, threatening food and water for 3.2 billion people. Wildlife populations have collapsed by 73% since 1970, which means for every 100 animals that once thrived in our forests, only 27 remain. So let me be clear, this is not just an environmental issue. This is an economic, a health, and a moral issue.
So, how do we fix it? Our solution is simple but powerful. We must redesign the economy so nature is treated not as a resource to exploit, but as an asset to restore. First, fix how we measure success. GDP currently ignores environmental damage. Now we must adopt natural capital accounting, like the UN's SEA framework, which assigns real value to forests, clean water, and carbon storage, because we can only protect what we measure. Second, transform businesses. Over half of global GDP depends on healthy ecosystems. Frameworks like the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures already push companies to measure and report their environmental impact. Third, redirect money. A nature-positive economy reverses imbalances by funding restoration, renewable energy, and sustainable agriculture. We propose the Nature Impact Certification System, which scores companies based on their environmental impact, from resource use and waste output to biodiversity restoration, and tying it to their ability to operate. To strengthen transparency, a public app called NatureTrack lets consumers scan a product, see its nature score, and track companies' real impact. When businesses are held accountable and people are empowered, real change accelerates. Because in the end, there is no economy without nature. Restoring nature is not just an option. It is our only path forward. This isn't just a vision. The UAE is showing how SDG leadership can transform reality through clean water and sanitation, renewable power desalination, and mangrove restoration. Recognize ecosystems as economic assets. Industry, innovation, and infrastructure moves forward with Mustar City, ADIO grants, and green business initiatives, proving that both growth and sustainability go hand in hand. Climate action drives Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Solar Park and the National Climate Change Plan. And by hosting COP28, the UAE strengthens partnerships for the goals, fostering global collaboration to restore nature. A nature-positive future is not about holding back. It's about reimagining progress so both people and the planet flourish. So let us return to where we began. The numbers told us a story of profit, progress, and growth. But those numbers were incomplete. We were never truly progressing. We were just becoming better at ignoring the cost.
So today, we have a choice.
We finally start measuring success by what we restore.
The future is decided by the systems we change, the investments we redirect, and the value we place on nature. A nature-positive economy is not a distant vision. It is already being built by governments, by businesses, by people like us, and made possible through our solution.
The time to act
is now.
I am Farah.
I am Harry.
I'm Christy.
I'm Nicole, and with us, Lillian. And yes, Nibras International School commits to act now. Will you stand with us?
Let's redefine progress.
Not by what we take from nature,
but by what we restore for a future where both people and the planet thrive.
Thank you, students. Let's go to next school. Dubai National School, Altawad Boys, Dubai. Following this is the Philippine School, Dubai. Please be prepared. All right, students, we will make you co-hosts, so please get ready to share your screen. You can unmute yourself.
Yes.
All right, ready?
Started.
Okay. Okay, we can start.
I can't see it. Good evening, world. This is more than news tonight. It's a mere hell to truth. Are we wrong or right? We celebrate the numbers, the graphs that rise so high, but we ignore the forests disappearing from the sky. We measure wealth in dollars, in profit, speed, and trade, but not in rivers poisoned, or the price that nature paid. The air is thick with warnings. The ocean cries in blue. And still we ask for growth, but at what cost to you? From deserts slowly growing where green once used to be, to species lost forever, erased silently. So here's the question, breaking through the noise, the race, the spin. Can an economy survive if nature cannot win? Tonight, 5 voices speak, not separate, but as one, to rethink the system before the damage is done.
Let's go deeper now, beyond the surface view, because the facts are strong and the warnings true. GDP was built in a different time to measure recovery, production, decline, but it counts every dollar the same way still, whether building a school or cleaning an oil spill. It ignores what economists now call natural capital. Did you know over 50% of global GDP depends on nature's flow, from crops to climate balance, more than we show. Yet we treat these systems like they're free, like endless gifts, no responsibility. New frameworks trying to repair, but adoption is slow. Are we aware? We need bold change, not small repair. A system that's honest, balanced, fair.
We turn the market where theory meets trade. How are the choices of business made?
I stand in the middle, where decisions are made between profit and pressure, demand and trade. For years, I believed growth was the goal, but now I see it's part of a whole. Customers question, investors too. Is your impact clean? Is your process true? Companies like Patagonia took a stand so rare, giving profits to earth, showing real care. But small businesses struggle. Where do we start? How do we measure nature as part of our chart? What if the system itself could guide our hand, make sustainability something we all understand?
We hear the dilemma, the pressure, the cost, but action is needed before all is lost.
We've studied the damage, the data, the trend. Now it's time for a solution, not just to mend. Imagine a system, alive and aware, where nature itself has a voice to share. I propose something new, never built before, a living ecosystem index network, the LEIN core. Sensors in forests, oceans and skies, tracking real-time health, not estimates but eyes, from soil moisture levels to carbon in trees, from coral reef stress to the health of bees, all connected globally. Data that's live, showing how ecosystems truly survive. Then linked to economies, markets, and trade. So every decision reflects the impact made. If nature declines, economic scores fall. If ecosystems thrive, benefits reach all. Not just numbers we guess, but systems we see. A living connection between economy and ecology.
This changes everything, how we define worth. It brings real-time truth to the value of Earth. With LANE in place, data becomes power, not yearly reports, but updates by the hour. Governments could plan with accuracy and care, seeing ecosystem changes everywhere. Policies shaped not by guesses or delay, but by what nature is saying day by day. We move from theory to measurable fact, from hidden damage to visible impact. This could redefine GDP as we know, adding nature's health into economic flow. A new equation, honest and wise, where growth and ecosystems finally align.
I stand in the middle, where decision for businesses like mine, this changes the game. It gives us a system, a measurable aim. Imagine each product with a nature score, based on real data, not marketing anymore. Customers could scan and instantly see the true environmental cost transparently. Companies improving would rise in rank, building trust, a powerful bank. And that nature wallet we once imagined before, now powered by LEIN, it's become so much more. People earn rewards for choices they make, not supporting the planet with each step they take. Sustainability becomes simple, clear, and smart, not a burden, but part of every start.
This system may sound like a distant dream, but the technology exists, more real than it seems. Satellites already map forests we lose. AI tracks patterns we barely can choose. The missing link is connection, integration, design, bringing all systems together aligned. With global cooperation, data can flow, creating a model the whole world can know. This is not stopping growth, it's guiding it right, turning blind progress into informed sight.
But systems and sensors need people to lead. So who will step up in this moment of need?
This is our chance, not someday, but now, to rewrite the system, to rethink the how. We don't lack ideas, we lack the will to stand for the planet, to act to fulfill. The LEIN is a tool, but we're the voice, the ones who must choose, who must make that choice. From students to leaders, from markets to streets, change begins wherever courage meets. Support innovation, demands what's right. Hold systems accountable, step into the fight. A nature positive word is within our reach, not just something we study or something we teach. So rise with this message. Let it expand. The future of Earth is in our hands.
Save the planet. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, students. Now, judges, please note the Philippine school will present now, followed by Arcadia Global School. Philippine school, please raise your hands. The Philippine school. We're not able to hear you. Please check your mic. Please unmute yourself also once you're ready. Share your screen.
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear us? Are we audible?
Yes.
Like this. Okay. Okay.
All right. Are you ready? Just hold on. Just make sure your presentation is ready and it's not stuck. All right. Okay, you can start.
Every day, we make decisions that shape the world around us. What we produce, what we consume, and what we choose to ignore. For a long time, we've measured success the same way. But there's something we don't measure nearly enough. What it costs us.
Success is not the 10 million hectares of global tree loss every year, according to the UN Environment Program report. Our forests shouldn't be cleared just because of for the products that we put on our skin, or the paper that we throw away, just because we measure profit.
Success is not the decline of 69% of the global wildlife population for the food we eat, clothes we wear, and everyday consumption, according to the Worldwide Fund for Nature Living report. Ecosystems are losing their ability to function because we'd rather measure depletion. Success is not the 92% of the world population breathing unsafe air, according to the World Air Quality Report, because we measure damage, so we don't act. It's too late.
Everyone in this room knows that speaking up, government support, and isolated action don't do anything. No matter how good, it struggles to scale. So we must start small right here in this room with our youth.
We rise as a new generation of leaders driving this change sustainably.
And the people who turn action into lasting impact, it is all of us. We stand together through none other than
the youth. Because the world has seen enough efforts and had already heard enough talk, but has not seen enough continuity for it to thrive. And it starts with YOU, the youth in the organization driven by unity, where every youth is not waiting to lead, but already part of the system. Not by adding more theory, but by changing how learning is applied. Right now, nearly half of the global workforce is not prepared for sustainability transitions. We don't lack knowledge. We were trained to just follow. Youth Thrive changes that by turning schools into environments of action where every student becomes a contributor. Programs like GLOW program already allow students to collect real environmental data used by scientists worldwide.
And eco-schools implemented in over 70 countries have already reduced waste, energy, and water use through student action.
But these efforts are still scattered. So, Youth Thrive connects them into one living system. Every school, every student, and every action feeds into shared progress. From small change in one classroom to measurable change across entire communities. Action relies on data and data rely on us. So this is where we step in. Every single one of us becomes a member of Youth Thrive. We measure the air in our communities, like youth-led monitoring in Delhi, India, where low-cost sensors reveal pollution hotspots and influence policy response.
We test water sources like community monitoring projects in the Philippines and Indonesia, where early detection prevents widespread contamination.
We restore mangroves to protect coasts, increasing fish populations while reducing storm damage. We track biodiversity in our environments and replicate working eco-friendly models into feasible actions, similar to citizen science projects across Europe and Africa that fill critical data gaps for conservation. This time, we are not observing, because Youth Thrive doesn't stand by. We step in and sustain it together. We contribute to progress ourselves instead of limiting this action to specific groups. Engagement is key, so system thrives.
And the data we collect don't just stay with us. It enters one system, the local ecosystem ledger, tailored to different regions for better solutions. A shared platform connecting students across regions, turning individual effort into global intelligence.
Because what we measure now will mean more to our future rather than just currency.
So much more that the system creates value. Restored ecosystems support livelihoods, and recovered materials return to production. And that value returns as a nature dividend, expanding impact across Youth Thrive. The environment and economy can finally stop competing and work side by side with each other.
And work side by side with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals.
Like SDGs 6, 14, and 15, protecting ecosystems through real monitoring.
Gs 8 and 9, turning youth innovation into real systems. SDGs 11 and 12, building sustainable communities. And SDGs 13 and 17, connecting global action at scale.
The UAE also sets an example for Youth Thrive, where innovation becomes more of a responsibility rather than just an idea.
Through Net Zero 2050, a long-term national strategy and structured environmental governance.
And Master City in Abu Dhabi that operates as a real-life model system, preserving ecosystems while balancing economic growth and sustainability. We clearly see that sustainability is not theoretical. It is engineered and functioning when systems are designed with intention. And Youth Thrive places that same level of responsibility into the hands of every youth, just like the hands of those in the Philippines School of Dhabi, where students are integrating SDGs and specialized subjects and interdisciplinary learning. Acting through eco-warriors initiatives like student-led environmental engagement that directly impacts school and community behavior.
But these actions are still separate efforts until Youth Thrive connects them.
One coordinated system for education, action, and environmental responsibility.
One structure where youth action is continuous and collective.
We now have the means to measure what really matters through Youth Thrive.
With Youth Thrive, we act on what we measure.
With Youth Thrive, we protect. And we become what we protect.
No more waiting.
No more watching.
No more forgetting. It's a new generation that calls for a new system where success is measured the right way for the youth and for the future. Together, Youth Thrive.
Thank you, students. All right. Arcadia Global School, please raise your hands. We'll be making you co-hosts. Please share your screen and unmute yourself when you're ready. Please share your presentation. All right. Is everyone ready? Yes. All right. Brilliant. You can start.
They said we were too young to understand global issues. We disagree. We are reporting live from Arcadia Global School on Nature Positive Economies.
Breaking news. The global economy is collapsing and almost no one is reporting it. It is not a market crash or a banking crisis. The foundation itself is cracking. We built powerful economies, taller cities, and larger industries. But beneath it all, the earth itself is giving up. Nature isn't just a resource, it's the operating system, and we've been delaying it. We measure GDP, but do not measure ecological debt. When forests disappear, rainfall shifts. When oceans become warm, fisheries die. When ecosystems crumble, there is no economy left to save. We treated nature like a free warehouse, and now we'll have to pay the price. Raise your hands if you used plastic today. Now ask yourself, who's paying the price for it? This isn't an environmental story. This is an economic emergency, live and ongoing. Reporting live to save a planet that cannot wait any longer.
Let me tell you what the world sounds like right now. Forest thinning, ocean warming, species disappearing one by one. Each day the peace of the world we cannot get back. We were warned by every flood, every drought, and every wildfire. The world is speaking, but we just keep talking over it. We emit more than the earth can manage. We consume as if somewhere out there is another planet waiting for us to inhabit it. But there isn't. Nature has been warning us, but we chose to ignore it. Every ecosystem lost means a storm more powerful, a harvest more scarce, and a family forced to leave everything behind. We are now standing at a critical crossroad. One path, degradation, depletion, and decline. The other, change, courage, and renewal. The question isn't whether the earth is sending us a signal. The question is, are we finally ready to listen?
So we know the foundation is cracking. We've heard the warnings. Let us redesign our economy and call it sustainable growth. Instead of depleting, we replenish. Instead of discarding, we kept, protected, preserved. A nature-positive economy rests on 4 ideas. First, preserve. Forests aren't just trees. They're rainfall, they're oxygen, they're climate stability. We stop treating them as timber waiting to be sold. Second, protect. Biodiversity is the backbone of agriculture, medicine, and food security, and economies cannot grow on a shrinking planet. Third, keep. Healthy soil, clean water, stable seasons are capital, and we need to stop spending them without accounting for the cost. This will make growth become stable, not temporary. Fourth, replenish. We must give back what we take because economies cannot grow on a shrinking planet. The solution isn't to stop the economy, it's to finally build it on something real.
Nature positive economies ask us a positive question. How do we restore what we already depend on? And the answer is already here in 3 innovations happening right now around the world. First, regenerative agriculture. It helps us recover what we've lost over the years by crop rotation, natural composting, and crop cover. In 2023, the UAE designed a framework to promote sustainable soil practices. Second, the circular economy. Right now, we make, use, and throw. A circular economy ensures that nothing is wasted but reused. IKEA designs furniture meant to be returned, not discarded. Third, renewable energy. Fossil fuels are a one-way transaction with the earth. However, solar, wind, or tidal energy all work with natural systems and help replenish the earth. The UAE is already answering this call with the Masdar and Sharjah Sustainable City, which are living proof that these innovations are not just future dreams, they are present reality. But one country is not enough. The world must build more of this. A seed, a loop, and a ray of sunlight. These are not just side projects. They create jobs, industries, and entirely new kinds of growth. Now, going back to the question, How do we restore what we already depend on? And the solution is simple. By shifting to sustainable systems, we can rebuild an economy that restores more than it consumes, renewing the very foundations we depend on.
Shrishti showed us the innovations. Delisha showed us the blueprint. Sanjana told us the earth is speaking. And Rashi showed us the emergency. So now I have one question. What are we waiting for? Currently, more than half of the world's economy, more than $44 trillion, is dependent directly with nature. That means every job, every business, and every city is built on ecosystems that we are currently destroying. And I know what some people think. I'm just one person. What difference does it make? But the generation before us built a world of system and the cities we live in. The generation before them built the technology that we use. But now we are the generation that gets to decide whether nature positive economies stay as a concept or become the foundation of how this world actually works. We need to make an economies that are stable, not just profitable, because this is the smarter choice, not sacrifice. And we have the science, we have the technology, and even the blueprint. All that we need now is commitment from every single one of you to make the smarter choice. We, the AGS, are ready to commit. Are you?
Thank you, students. All right. Students and Judy, now we will go for a 15 minutes break. I request all of you to keep signed in. Please stay signed in and return to your seats by 11:15 to ensure that we are on track for the day. After the break, the first team to present will be Zayed Education Complex, Al-Qatar Sharjah. Please be ready. All right, students, don't log out. You can still stay in the Zoom. Just go for a quick 15 minutes break and come back. All right, so 11:15, we will start. Don't log out, students. All right. All right, students, Zayed Educational Complex. Shamna, are you from Zayed Education Complex? All right.
I don't see one here.
We will make you co-hosts.
Yeah, we have two systems.
Okay. Yeah, we'll make both of you co-hosts. Wait, I'll tell you when to start. Just give me 1 minute, all right? But until then, you can share your screen. Just give me 1 minute. I'll tell you when to start, all right? Okay, you can start. When you're ready, just unmute yourself and start.
If you close your eyes, you can almost hear the heartbeat of our ecosystem that never stops. Deforestation, pollution, climate change, overfishing, plastic waste, burning fossil fuel, factories pollution, large-scale deforestation, and plastic production. From the rural areas to the urban areas, the growth of GDP is still an accurate and ethical measure of a modern symbol of economic success. Are the people truly thriving by the economic progress?
Are we?
Good morning, everyone. Today, we, the students of Zayed Complex, are going to explore a vital question: nature-positive economies. Are we ready for a world where ecosystem comes first? A nature-positive economy is an economic system where nature is protected, restored, and improved instead of being damaged. It means businesses and governments grow the economy while also protecting forests, oceans, wildlife, and clean air.
For many years, economic growth focused mainly on producing more goods, building more cities, and using natural resources quickly. While this increased, it also caused deforestation, pollution, climate change, and loss of biodiversity.
Today, scientists and leaders all around the world are asking an important question: can we save our economies without harming nature? Scientists warned that over 1 million species are currently at risk of extinction due to human activity such as deforestation, pollution, and climate change. From this graph, we can understand the decline of the wildlife population from 1970s to 2020.
Causes of biodiversity loss: 40% of habitat destruction, 15% of overexploitation, 20% of climate change, 20% of pollution, and 5% of invasive species. Deforestation. The Food and Agriculture Organization estimates that about 10 million hectares of the forests are lost every year globally. Effects: loss of wildlife habitat, increase in climate change, and soil erosion.
Climate change. Research from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change shows that human activities are the main cause of global warming through greenhouse gas emissions. Major sources: fossil fuels burning, factories pollution, transportation.
According to the research by the World Economic Forum, more than half of the world's GDP depends on ecosystem and nature services. This means protecting nature is not only good for the environment, but also essential for the global economy. This graph shows the ecosystem services distribution. As we have 15% of water and climate regulation, 35% of agriculture and food, 20% of forest resources,
50% of fisheries, and 50% of tourism and recreation.
Imagine a world where forests disappear, oceans are full of plastic, and animals lose their homes. This is the future we may face if we continue harming nature. But what if our economy could still grow while also protecting the planet? This idea is called nature positive economy. Ecosystem protection, renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, waste reduction, and education and awareness shows how different actions help support economic growth. Are we ready for this change? Some progress has already started around the world. Many countries are investing in renewable energy, such as solar and wind power. Many countries are investing in renewable energy such as solar and wind power and green technologies. The United Nations has also introduced Sustainable Development Goals, which encourages countries to improve to protect the ecosystem while improving economic growth. From this graph, we can understand the growth of the renewable energy increasing from the 2000s to 2020. Protecting the environment, actions and solutions as a student. Reducing plastic use, planting trees, saving water and electricity, recycling waste, and creating environmental awareness campaigns. On the next slide, we will show you how we, the students of Zayed Educational Complex, protect the environment. Planting trees. Saving fruit from getting rotten. Creating art from waste and spreading awareness in the schools. Model making. We handed out reusable bags to school staff and spreading awareness to students. The green economy, a nature-positive economy, is not just an environmental idea. It is the key to a sustainable future. If governments, businesses, and students, we can protect ecosystem while also supporting economic growth. The future of our planet depends on the actions we take today. Protecting nature is not only about saving animals and forests. It is about protecting our future economy, our health, and our planet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, students. All right, let's go to the next school. Jury, please note. Applied Technology Schools, Dhafra, Abu Dhabi will be presenting now, followed by Fatima Bint Mubarak School, Abu Dhabi. Applied Technology Schools, Dhafra, please raise your hands. All right, we will make you co-host.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحضور الكرام، يسعدنا نحن مدارس التكنولوجيا التطبيقية بمنطقة الظفرة بكل اعتزاز وفخر المشاركة في مسابقة الخطابة البيئية عام 2026، وستنطلق مشاركتنا عبر المحاور الآتية. المحور الأول: انهيار النظم البيئية، ما هي الأسباب وما هي النتائج وما هي الحلول. المحور الثاني: الاقتصادات الداعمة للبيئة ومحطة شمس واحد. أما المحور الثالث فهو مساهمات مدارس التكنولوجيا التطبيقية في منطقة الظفرة. وسيكون معكم في هذا اللقاء الطالب مبارك أحمد السويدي والطالب ناصر عبد الله الحمادي والطالب عبد الرحمن عبد الله الحمادي. في قلب كل نسمة هواء عليلة، وفي زرقة المياه الصافية، ومن طيبات الأرض المعطاءة تتنفس الأرض وتمنح لنا حياة دون مقابل. ولكن هل فكرنا يوما كيف نرد له الجميل؟ كانت مفارقة غريبة، حيث يكون رد الجميل بأنشطة وممارسات ضارة تشبه طعنة السكين في الظهر، وكان من شأنها أن أصبح التلوث خطرا وجوديا يهدد البشرية كلها. ولك أن تتخيل عز المستمع أن ما لا يقل عن 6 ملايين شخص يموتون كل عام بسبب التلوث كسبب رئيسي وفق مجلة ذا. وانطلاقا من هذه المسؤولية الجماعية تجاه كوكبنا، لا بد من طرح السؤال الآتي: ما هي أسباب وما هي نتائج وما هي حلول انهيار النظم البيئية؟ أما الأسباب فكثيرة ويضيق المقام عن تفصيلها. السبب الأول الحرائق وإزالة الغابات والوقود الأحفوري. أما النتائج فأذكر منها تلوث الهواء والماء، زيادة الكوارث مثل الفيضانات والجفاف. ومن هنا كان لزاما البحث عن حلول وتوجيه الأنظار كلها إلى ما يعرف اليوم بالاقتصادات الداعمة للطبيعة. ما هي الاقتصادات وما دور دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة في ذلك؟ والآن سأترككم مع المحور التالي والطالب ناصر الحمادي.
أهلا بكم. الاقتصادات الداعمة للبيئة ببساطة هي اقتصادات تطور حياة الإنسان وتقلل الضرر على البيئة، وهي مهمة في تغيير المناخ والحفاظ على الموارد. أهدافه تقليل التلوث، الحفاظ على البيئة، وتحقيق الاستدامة. ودولة الإمارات من الدول الرائدة في هذا المجال من خلال دعم الابتكار والطاقة النظيفة. ومن أهم المشاريع محطة شمس واحد في منطقة الظفرة، تم إنشائها عام 2013 وتنتج يوميا 100 ميجا واط من الكهرباء، وهذا يكفي حوالي 20,000 منزل. وتمتد مساحة المحطة إلى 285 ملعب كرة قدم، وتقلل انبعاثات الكربون بشكل كبير، أي ما يعادل كأنك زرعت 1,500,000 شجرة. أي هذا ما يجعل المحطة صديقة للبيئة. وفي الختام أترككم مع صديقي عبد الرحمن عبد الله الحمادي ليحدثكم عن جهود دولة الإمارات في البيئة.
أصبحت دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة اليوم من الدول المتقدمة في مجال الابتكار والتكنولوجيا، ولم تعد فقط دولة مهمة على مستوى المنطقة، بل أصبحت مثالا يقتدى به عالميا. تهتم الدولة بتعليم وتثقيف الإنسان والاستثمار في العقول، لأنها تؤمن أن المعرفة هي أساس التقدم وبناء المستقبل، كما تساهم في دعم المشاريع التي تحافظ على البيئة وتحقق الاستدامة. ولهذا تحرص الدولة على استخدام هذه الطاقة النظيفة كمصدر أساسي لها للطاقة، وتنوع منها مثل استخدامها للطاقة الشمسية وطاقة الرياح والطاقة الكهرومائية. هذه الطاقات النظيفة تمنع أي انبعاثات ضارة قد تشكل أي تهديد للبيئة مقارنة بالوقود الأحفوري. ومن هذا المنطلق عملنا في مدارس التكنولوجيا التطبيقية في فرع الظفرة على عدة مشاريع ابتكارية، ومنها مشروع الطاقة النظيفة. هذا المشروع يجمع بين 3 طاقات رئيسية: الطاقة الشمسية وطاقة الرياح وطاقة أمواج البحر. هذه الطاقات النظيفة اخترناها لأنها متجددة وصديقة للبيئة. وفي الختام يجب علينا جميعا أن نقرب جهود دولتنا الحبيبة لاعتمادها على الطاقة النظيفة كمصدر أساسي لها، ولدعمها للمشاريع التي تحافظ على نظافة بيئتنا واستدامتها.
عاش الإمارات طموحا يقود مستقبلا سداما. السلام عليكم.
Thank you, students. Our next school to present is Fatima Bint Mubarak School. Following them will be the Millennium School, Dubai. Please get ready. All right, Fatima Bint Mubarak School, we'll make you co-host. Once you're ready, please share your screen and you can unmute yourself.
Could you tell us when to start?
Yes, when you're ready, you can start.
كيف start؟ السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نحن طالبات الصف الثامن من مدرسة فاطمة بنت مبارك بإشراف المعلمة الفاضلة مس إلهام عبد الحي. سنقوم اليوم بأخذكم في رحلة مشوقة حيث نطرح عليكم أكبر المشاكل التي تهدد بيئتنا وعالمنا اليوم.
ثم نعرض 3 حلول توصلنا إليها معا كفريق.
ونختمها بالتحدث عن المستقبل وأثر حلولنا على العالم. لو نظرنا للطريقة التي يدار بها العالم اليوم سنكتشف أمرا غريبا. فنحن نعتبر أنفسنا ناجحين اقتصاديا فقط عندما نستهلك موارد الكوكب. في نظامنا الحالي كلما استنزفنا الطبيعة أكثر ارتفعت أرقام الناتج المحلي، مما يعطينا شعورا وهميا بالثراء بينما نفقد في الواقع 40% من ثرواتنا الطبيعية لأننا لم نضع لها قيمة في حساباتنا. هذا الواقع يضعنا أمام سؤال: هل نحن مستعدين لعالم تتصدر فيه النظم البيئي المشهد؟ الإجابة هي نعم، لأن التغير أصبح ضروري للبقاء وليس مجرد خيار. نحن نملك اليوم العلم والبيانات التي تثبت أن حماية الكوكب هي الضمان الوحيد لاستقرارنا المالي. المشكلة ببساطة هي أننا نحاول قيادة طائرة حديثة باستخدام بوصلة قديمة، وهذا الخلل في القياس هو ما يدفعنا لتدمير مواردنا ونحن نظن أننا نتطور. كوكبنا يملك قدرة مذهلة على التعافي، والآن هو الوقت المثالي لنثبت أننا نملك الشجاعة لتعديل المحرك الذي يقود هذا العالم، ونبدأ فعليا في تطبيق الحلول التي توصلنا إليها كفريق.
ثورة الناتج البيئي الإجمالي. نظامنا الحالي يزداد ثراء كلما دمرت غاباته. هذا هو الناتج المحلي الإجمالي. قواعد من القرن ال18 تكافئ استنزاف الموارد وتتجاهل قيمة الطبيعة وهي حية، والأرقام صادمة. فرأس المال الطبيعي للفرد انخفض بنسبة 40% عالمياً. حلنا هو الناتج البيئي الإجمالي بتكنولوجيا القرن ال21. عبر الأقمار الصناعية والذكاء الاصطناعي سنحول خدمات الأرض كتنقية المياه وتخزين الكربون إلى قيمة نقدية. طبق هذا في شنغهاي في الصين، حيث ارتفعت قيمة ناتج الطبيعة من 81.5 إلى 185.4 مليار يوان بنمو مذهل قدره 127.5%. هذا المقياس يحمينا من خسارة 2.7 تريليون دولار يتوقعها البنك الدولي بحلول 2030. إنه يحول حماية الطبيعة إلى أرباح حقيقية، وهذا ما سنراه في حلولنا التالية.
الأزياء الدائرية. صناعة الملابس اليوم من أكبر محركات استنزاف الموارد، فهي تستهلك سنوياً 79 تريليون لتر من المياه، وتلقي بشاحنة نفايات في المحيطات كل ثانية. واستمرار هذا النمط قد يجعلها مسؤولة عن 26% من الانبعاثات الكربونية العالمية بحلول 2050. والحل الذي وجدته هو الأزياء الدائرية القائمة على ألياف السليلوز، وهي مادة تتحلل إنزيمياً بنسبة 200% خلال 180 يوماً فقط، لتتحول الملابس إلى سماد يغذي التربة بدلاً من الميكروبلاستيك السام. هذا التحول يستعيد قيمة اقتصادية ضائعة تقدر ب500 مليار دولار سنوياً من النفايات، كما أنه يساعد على نشر الوعي البيئي في مجتمعنا. ننتقل الآن إلى الفكرة الثالثة:
المنظفات الحيوية. يعد تلوث البلاستيك من أخطر المشاكل البيئية في العالم، حيث يدخل المحيطات أكثر من 14 مليون طن من البلاستيك سنوياً، بينما يتم إعادة تدوير حوالي 2% فقط منه. هذا يعني أن معظم البلاستيك يبقى في البيئة لعدة قرون، مما يسبب ضرراً كبيراً للكائنات الحية والتربة والماء. وتشير الدراسات أن بعض أنواع البلاستيك تحتاج لأكثر من 400 سنة لتتحلل بالكامل، لذلك نحتاج لحلول حديثة. أحد هذه الحلول هي المنظفات الحيوية، وهي بكتيريا وأنزيمات دقيقة جدا تعمل على تحليل البلاستيك والملوثات الكيميائية بطريقة طبيعية. يمكن لهذه الأنزيمات تقليل وقت تحليل البلاستيك من مئات السنين لأيام فقط.
تقوم بتفكيك البلاستيك لجزيئات بسيطة ثم تستخدم البكتيريا كمصدر غذاء. ما يميز هذا الحل أنه صديق للبيئة ويستهلك طاقة أقل مقارنة بالطرق الصناعية، كما يمكن استخدامه في التربة والماء، ويمكن تطويره باستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي. لذلك يمثل هذا الحل اتجاها نحو تقليل التلوث وحماية كوكبنا.
بالخاتمة، كل ما ذكرناه اليوم يوصلنا لنتيجة واحدة: نحن أمام طريقين لا ثالث لهما. لو استمرنا في الطيران بنفس البوصلة القديمة وتجاهلنا هذه الحلول سنواجه واقعا مخيفا، حيث سنخسر 2.7 تريليون دولار بحلول عام 2030، وسنظل نشاهد شاحنة النفايات ترمى في المحيط كل ثانية. المشكلة هي أننا نضيع ثروة هائلة، فنحن نخسر 500 مليار دولار سنويا كان من الممكن استثمارها بدلا من رميها في النفايات. لكن إذا غيرنا القواعد التي تسببت في هذا الدمار عبر الحلول التي قدمناها سيتغير المستقبل تماما. فمن خلال الناتج البيئي سنحمي الغابات لتستمر في تنقية هوائنا وامتصاص الكربون بدلا من قطعها، وقيمتها ستزيد أمام أعيننا بنسبة 127.5%. ومع الأزياء الدائرية سنرتدي ملابس تذوب في الأرض وتتحول لسماد يغذي التربة خلال 180 يوما، وهذا يعني محيطات نظيفة بلا مخلفات تقتل الأسماك. وحتى البلاسيك الذي يلوث مياهنا ستتولى النظيفات الحيوية تفكيكه. وحتى البلاسيك في أيام ستتولى المنظفات الحيوية تفكيكه في أيام معدودة لتعود مياهنا نقية. نحن نملك الآن الأدوات ونملك الأرقام، والأهم أننا الجيل الذي يملك الفرصة الأخيرة. القرار الآن لنا: هل سنكتفي بمشاهدة عالمنا وهو ينهار من أجل أرقام وهمية، أم سنكون الجيل الذي امتلك الشجاعة ليغير المسار ويحمي مستقبلنا جميعا؟ شكرا لحسن استماعك.
شكرا لحسن استماعك.
شكرا لحسن استماعكم.
Thank you, students.
It's at 12:10, so I
Millennium School Dubai will be presenting now, followed by Elite English School. Millennium School, please raise your hands.
Sir, could you please basically give co-host to the other raise hand person? It's another account that we are using to present the screen.
Apar Kohli?
Yes, sir.
All right, we will make him also. Once you're ready, please share your screen.
Sir, could you give co-host to the other Apar Kohli, sir? Not to the one where it says the Millennium School. Oh,
Yes,
thank you.
yes. It's done. All right. Ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you are all in the same room again, when one person is presenting, the other should be the speaker.
Think about the last thing that you ate. Maybe it was a bowl of rice or a slice of fresh manakish. Now, ask yourself, where did that food originate from? Obviously, a farm. And that farmer, to feed you, entirely required one simple thing: fertilizer.
High-yield crops don't grow on willpower. They grow on phosphorus. No phosphorus means no fertilizer. And no fertilizer just means no food on your plate.
Phosphorus is a non-renewable mineral, and unlike oil, there is no substitute. According to the Journal of Environmental Management, global phosphorus reserves at current extraction rates could be depleted within 80 years.
According to the USGS mineral commodity, Morocco alone controls approximately 70% of the world's known phosphate rock reserves. That is an absolute monopoly. If Morocco raises export prices tomorrow, every single importing nation will pay the price.
And this dependency is already creating geopolitical vulnerability for dozens of nations with no alternative supplier. This issue is clearly much bigger than just farming. And coming to the UAE, clear solutions will be required in phosphorus security to build its national program to strengthen supply chain resilience.
We mine around 220 million tons of phosphate rock every year, which demands rise in its depletion. And the majority of it is wasted, running off into rivers and destroying marine ecosystems.
And here's a fact that puts it on your plate. I mean, literally. Studies published in the Journal of Hot Science showcase that you would need to eat at least 8 oranges to get the same nutritional value as an orange back in the 1920s. We are stripping our soil of its nutrients and not replenishing it. This is the slow collapse that GDP will never measure.
And what does our economy do while this happens? It grows. Global GDP has climbed steadily since 2000, but phosphorus reserves in that same period have dropped nearly 50%. So the question is no longer what should we do? The question is how.
And that's exactly why we built Struwite Mines, a circular waste of fertilizer system that recovers phosphorus from the same streams we throw away every single day. We convert it into high quality fertilizer and put it back into the hands of the same farmers who are a cornerstone in our society.
Now, what exactly is struvite? Struvite is a naturally occurring mineral containing magnesium ammonium phosphate. It is one of the most effective slow-release fertilizers as it releases nutrients gradually, matching plant uptake cycles unlike synthetic fertilizers.
Crops grown with struvite aren't ordinary. Rather, they showcase higher yields, lower toxicity levels, and best of all, better long-term soil health. It's not any random recycled fertilizer, rather a better, upgraded one. And it can be crystallized directly from waste. This is the innovation that changes the game field.
We utilize 3 major untapped waste sources, and across all 3 of our sources, we use Clostridium bacteria to break down the organic matter and release the phosphorus and nitrogen inside it. Simultaneously, methanogen bacteria produces biogas, primarily methane, in the biodigester from the various sources. This biogas is used to run our facilities.
First source is food waste. Households and restaurants generate enormous volumes of organic waste daily, most of it landfilled. Community drop-off points are placed across neighborhoods with contributions logged to the Struwite Mines app and rewarded with points redeemable for grocery and utility credits. At the facility, an AI-powered optical scanner separates organic material from contaminants.
For our second source, we collect agricultural waste from partner farms on a regular basis. At our processing plants, we use a screw press to separate the liquid fraction from the solid manure. The liquid, which is rich in minerals like dissolved phosphorus and magnesium, is fed into our precipitation reactors, where struvite crystals are formed under precise chemical conditions.
The solid remainder is processed into organic compost and returned to the same farmers free of charge. Farmers give us waste, they get back struvite fertilizer and compost. That's the incentive and the loop closing.
Now let's move on to our third and most important stream, which is literally flowing beneath every single city on earth, the sewage system. Can you believe that each person excretes up to 2 kilograms of phosphorus per year? That waste is rather treated as a pollutant and discharged into waterways. I ask you, multiply that number by 8 billion people, and we are wasting one of the most critical resources on earth.
We integrate existing municipal wastewater treatment plants by simply adding our struvite precipitation chambers into the workflow. And we call this the struvite grid network. The pipes and the treatment facilities are already there. We're just making this existing system much more efficient.
Around 40% of our final output goes back to participating farmers at a subsidized and more affordable rate. Around 35% is exported to commercial markets, which is the funding behind our facilities' operations, and the remaining quarter is contributed to a global phosphorus strategic reserve, a multilateral stockpile that nations can draw from during food crises. If a major exporting nation decides to restrict supply, countries with access to the reserve don't collapse.
What we built aligns directly with 3 UN Sustainable Development Goals: SDG 2, Zero Hunger, SDG 12, Responsible Consumption and Production, and SDG 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities. We convert these waste streams into an agricultural wealth, closing loops that have been open for decades. And this shows that our project has a real-world impact.
Now, please scan the QR code and experience this True White Minds app. You can simulate being a farmer, have a look at your pickup schedules and the amount of fertilizers you earned. As well, you can simulate being a citizen and have a look at how many points you earned and redeem them on various apps.
We started by asking you to think about the last thing you ate. Here is where that ends. The phosphorus that grew your food came from a depleting mine, and after your body processed it, it was flushed away. We are proposing to catch it, to cycle it, to make sure the next generation can still eat. We are True White Minds, and this is how we close the loop.
Thank you.
Thank you, students. Let's go to the next team, Elite English School, Dubai.
Thank you, sir.
This was the Millennium School.
All right, students, we'll make you co-host. Once we do, please share your screen. All right. Yes, please unmute yourself.
Sir, you are not allowing us to unmute from other devices.
Which other devices?
Meher sir.
Meher. Meher, you're co-host now.
Okay. Start.
Welcome to the product of tomorrow, Rewiring Growth, brought to you by Elite English School Dubai. We're on a mission, nature positive economy. Now, before we get to a product, let's understand the problem. Let's see the conversation between two farmers.
Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum salam. كيف حالك؟ بخير الحمد لله. So, brother, what is the condition of our soil? Our soil has become arid with chemical fertilizers. Us farmers have spent more than 10,000 dirhams just on chemical fertilizer. I get it. The country's economy is booming while the farmer and the soil struggling. Well, have you read the news today? No? What is it? It says that our country has spent more than 40 billion dirhams just on food imports due to how bad the quality of our soil is. Well, we had a solution for it.
Yes, we have a solution for it.
Well, what do you mean, a solution?
That's mycorrhizal inoculants. A packet of dormant fungal spores, when applied to soil, forms symbiotic relationship with the plant. It extends the root surface 700 times, 20 to 50% reduction in phosphorus fertilizers, 25% less water required, and 4,000 plus confirmed field trials. Now, let's understand the research behind the product. So, the research behind our product is not just theoretical. It has been tested across various universities and researchers across the globe. The research conducted by ICDA, International Center for Biosaline Agriculture, has directly tested mycorrhizal inoculants on date palms under saline conditions. And guess what? It has shown fast-moving results within just 6 months.
Well, how is it made?
Now let's see that.
Glad you asked. Now, let's look at the making of mycorrhizal inoculants. We have three main constituents that make up our product. First one is the fungal spores. These fungal spores are about 15 to 30% of the body weight. There are different strains you can see. Heat tolerant, saline water tolerant. Second, we have our mineral clay carriers. These clay carriers are about 58 to 75% of the weight. There are three different mineral clay carriers that can also be used. Binder, finally, is calcium sulfate monohydrate, which acts as a glue for the fungal spores and mineral clay carriers. Our final granule can be up to 3,000 viable spores per kilogram of our inoculant produced. If you look at the production process, first we have strain selection, followed by post-plant cultivation, spore harvest, blending it with our mineral clay carriers, and finally pelletizing and drying it and shipping it off for storage. Well, I can see why it's good. Well, do you have any proof that it works? Of course we do. If you see here. Of course. Now, if you look at the above image here, you can see that it is a pine seedling, but the roots are of other color and abnormally long. Well, this is a true symbiotic relationship with the plant and our product, mycorrhizal inoculant. The roots have grown to about 700 times its original length. These threads that you can see of white color, well, these are just fungal mycelium. Now, if you look here, well, I see what you're talking about, but what you're saying is that your product, the mycorrhizal inoculant, is better than the chemical fertilizer I use? Exactly. Well, is there any difference between it?
So when we compare chemical fertilizers with our natural inoculant, the best choice is clear. Chemical fertilizers are expensive, they require a massive amount of water, and they ruin the soil over time. Our natural inoculant actually costs much less, 60 to 100 dirhams only compared to 300 dirhams. More importantly, while chemical fertilizers ruin the soil over time, ours make it better. We are moving from a system where farmers are trapped into buying more chemical fertilizers to one where our planet becomes healthy and independent again. Our product also matches with SDG goal 12, 13, and 15.
We farmers are not irrational. We are just trying to follow the system, your system to be exact, which that system is broken.
Yes, you are correct. Farmers are not trying to hurt the earth. Now let's look at a farmer in LA. He is ruining his own soil because no one has put a price on that damage. We shouldn't ask the farmers just to be kind to nature. We should make an economy where the best choice for his farm's profit is also the best choice for our planet.
It's time.
It's time.
Thanks.
Shukran, ma salama.
Thank you.
Thank you, students. Students from Qatar Al Nada School, Abu Dhabi, will be presenting now. All right, please switch on your cameras. And when you're ready, please share your screen. All right, well, coming from one screen. Ready?
Profit or planet? The choice we cannot ignore. Changing mindsets for change. Our names Maryam Atif, Majdulian, Nihal, and Farah. Under the supervision Ms. Neima, School Qatr al-Nada. Our focus question, are we ready for a world where ecosystems come first? This is the journey of our presentation. Short story about Sheikh Zayed. First, explaining the problem. Second, providing solutions. Third, real-life examples. Fourth, conclusion. And fifth is going to be survey. Years ago, in a land of desert and harsh climate, one leader had vision. Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan believed that nation's true wealth wasn't in money, but in its lands and its trees and its environment. After he planted millions of trees, protected nature, and proved that development and nature can go hand in hand. But today, I stand here to ask, has the world learned from this vision, or are we still choosing profit over the planet?
Economy versus nature, or together. On one side, actions like pollution, deforestation, and waste are harming nature. On the other side, industries, energy, and production are driving economic growth. What we see here is not a comparison, but a real conflict, because in reality, every choice we make shapes our planet and affects both. The hidden engine of wealth. According to the World Economic Forum, more than half of the global GDP depends directly on nature. This means many industries like agriculture, fishing, and construction rely on healthy ecosystems. So we don't just protect nature for no reason whatsoever. We protect it because it supports jobs, food, and economic stability. If ecosystems weaken, economics weaken too. Nature under pressure. At the same time, the natural systems supporting economics are under pressure. Forests are disappearing, temperatures are rising, and water is becoming less reliable. These rising temperatures are increasing cooling costs and damaged crops, while floods and droughts reduce production and create major losses. When nature fails, we pay. A clear example is pollinators like bees, which support about 75% of major food crops, which when their numbers decline, production becomes less secure and prices can rise. Another issue is soil degradation, with nearly one-third of global soil already affected, reducing long-term farming productivity. This shows that environmental problems are not separate from economics, but are directly related. Now, let's explore some solutions that show how cities can support nature. First, aquaponics is a system where fish and plants grow together. Fish wastes feed plants, and the plants clean the water, creating a natural cycle. Another solution is energy-generating floors. It converts footsteps into electricity. Each step contains a small or produces a small amount, but in busy places, it adds up. Finally, turning air into water. Some technologies can capture water vapor and produce clean drinking water, especially in dry, humid areas. And this is what we created, a simple prototype demonstrating the idea. Another powerful idea is buildings that breathe. These buildings use systems like algae panels to absorb carbon dioxide and produce energy. They also help control temperature, reducing energy use. A real example is a BIQ house in Germany. It shows how buildings can move from consuming energy to supporting the environment. But are we ready for these solutions? Using technology readiness levels, we see that many of these ideas are between 7 and 9. This means they have been tested in real environment and are close to full use. However, they still need some investments and support. So these are not just ideas, they are real solutions for our future.
Our big question is, did the UAE change this vision into a reality? And the answer is yes. Currently in the UAE, we have projects like Shams 1, which is a solar station, Masdar City, which produces clean energy, and Expo 2020 in Dubai, which is sustainability focused. Some of the protected areas in the UAE are the Dubai Desert Conservation Reserve and Jebel Ali Wildlife Sanctuary, and so much more. As Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, peace be upon him, said, we cherish our environment because it is an integral part of our country, our history, and our heritage. Some of the places we recommend you to go in the UAE are Sadiyat Beach, Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Solar Park, Ras Al Khor Wildlife Sanctuary, Masdar City, Jubail Mangrove Park, Fujairah Coral Reefs, and Eastern Mangroves. Around the world, countries are developing innovative solutions to balance economic growth with environmental protection, from sustainable cities to protected ecosystems. These examples show that a nature-positive future is not just an idea, but a global movement already in progress. Some of the nature-positive places around the world are Gardens by the Bay in Singapore, Tianjin Eco City in China, Vancouver Convention Center Green Roof in Canada, Curitiba in Brazil, and so much more. The future we choose is a future where the growth we give gives back, with smart growth, renewable energy, and a safe, protected ecosystem.
Give us your opinion now.
Think differently, act consciously, and inspire others. Some of the resources we used are Canva, Google, Wikipedia, ChatGPT, Gemini, Google AI, and some research surveys.
Scan the QR code of the survey. Thank you so much.
Thank you, students. Can I please have Dubai National School Al Barsha, Dubai? Please raise your hands.
Good afternoon. Are we audible?
Yes.
Thank you. The natural world we inherited is a world of many beauties. Sit back, take a look at these pictures. Take in the quiet, the peace, the beauty. When our artificial world becomes too loud, we often find ourselves seeking nature to escape, to heal, to revive our souls. This is not something you find in nature. The natural world is full of miraculous codependencies. Materials flow through endless closed loops. For instance, lavender's bees and the purple martin. Energy flows into the system from the sun, allowing lavender plants to photosynthesize, giving bees something to pollinate, and the purple martin a food source. As we all know, what goes in must come out. Luckily, nature is armed with organisms like fungi and bacteria in the soil that break down waste into raw materials for a brand new life.
Unlike nature, we follow a very different reality, one that evaluates progress through GDP, a measurement tool that treats a forest as worthless until it's cut down. Because the fact is, our economies are carried by ecosystem services that make up 52% of the global GDP. Of those ecosystem services are the raw materials, the soil, the natural resources, forming the base for activities like agriculture, construction, and energy. Extraction processes such as mining and deforestation are leading us to a dead end. 137 wildlife species lost every single day. Rainfall drops by 10% for every 1% rise in deforestation. Take a look at West Ecuador. 95% of its forest cover lost since 1960.
And yet, we drive on at full speed. Manufacturing in the era of mass production results in products designed for short lifespans because we need the consumer to demand more for our economies to keep growing. And from that breed, 18.2 billion gallons of water are consumed per day for industrial purposes in the US alone. Livestock makes up 60% of global mammal biomass. The energy sector contributes to 73% of global GHG emissions. Gains in GDP go hand in hand with an increase in emissions. We have reshaped the natural world into a production system. And unlike nature, the byproducts of our system do not feed back into nature's loops. For 1 pound of product that falls in our hands, up to 20 pounds of waste has already been generated. Half of the 400 million tons of plastic produced every year are single-use, yet only 9% is recycled. Food waste stands at 100 kilograms per person per year, contributing to 10% of GHG emissions. The average person, you and me, is responsible for 0.9 kilograms of municipal waste per day. By 2050, forecasts show that global waste is expected to more than double the growth of the world's population, that there could be more plastic than fish in the ocean. We are the only species on Earth to follow a take, make, waste model of living. We are the inventors of waste.
Ironically, the repercussions do not only hurt the environment. According to the WWF, by continuing our current path, environmental degradation will cause a cumulative loss of $9.9 trillion by 2050.
Nature demonstrates how the discipline of all species is essential to the success of the system. No one should dominate. Introducing invasive species like the European starling into the system, and the purple martins find their nests stolen, eggs broken, and nestlings killed, threatening not just this species' survival, but leading to system failure. When we look back to our system, it's a similar story. Corporations dominate, driven by cost savings and efficiency gains. Despite global efforts to apply a circular economy model, one dimension remains overlooked: the discipline of all, from corporations to individuals. We see the social dimension perfectly modeled by bees, a species whose productivity relies on the commitment of every single bee to benefit both themselves and the environment. This is the spiral economy, which highlights the interconnectedness between natural, economic, and social interests. To bring this to life, we created Spiral Cortex, an AI-powered platform that promotes discipline across industries, governments, and individuals. SCT makes circularity truly possible: social capital, social values, continuous improvement, and open innovation. That every bee count structure represents social capital, unifying stakeholders towards shared goals. SCT mirrors this by using AI to connect stakeholders with similar environmental visions, tied with stronger collective action. This is proven by AES Corporation, which partnered with nearby refineries in saving 5 million gallons of water daily and $1.2 million annually. The social value pillar makes achieving social and environmental goals possible through the economic markets by properly assigning incentives. For a bee, their simple instinct to survive leads to the pollination of 90% of wild-flowering plant species. For us, we are driven by economic motivations. SCT utilizes this by transforming ecosystem services into measurable, monetizable assets using AI and satellite data, making their value, contributors, and progress visible in one place. Protecting nature becomes wealth, while destroying it means financial loss. In a spiral economy, continuous improvement and open innovation drive ongoing collaborative refinement of systems through shared data, feedback, and collective problem solving. In the world of bees, it can be seen in how scout bees communicate their findings with their swarms, turning their individual discoveries into collective gain. Similarly, SCT integrates an AI-powered data hub with an innovation lab to connect people and industries, surfacing the most relevant insights and connecting the right ideas with the right shareholders. This is demonstrated by PropTech Singapore, where digital initiatives boosted the economy to 18% of GDP, while reducing energy and water use by 30% and CO2 emissions by 70%. These seemingly trivial creatures are keystone species, sustaining ecosystems that support over 1.5 million species. while we, the most intelligent and advanced creatures, often behave like invasive species to our home planet. So what if, instead of disrupting the system, we learn to operate like it? Spiral cortex is our gateway to such a society, aligning with 8 SDGs. In our race for growth, we lost sight of what truly holds value. But if our working alone makes us a force powerful enough to destabilize the planet, then surely working together makes us powerful enough to save it. The question is, do we want to join or destroy nature's beautiful web of life? Thank you so much for listening. We'd like to share the QR code to Spiral Cortex, our innovative solution.
Thank you, students. May I please invite Applied Technology Schools, Queen, to raise your hands. Applied Technology Schools, Queen. All right. Students, please share your screen. Applied Technology Schools. Are you there? Applied Technology School, Queen, please open your video and switch on your mics and cameras and share your screen, please.
Can you
All right. Brilliant.
Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today we'll be talking about the natural positive economy system.
Do you have presentation,
topic-
please? Sorry, do you have presentation to share?
Presentation to share.
Yeah, we do.
Share it, please.
Yusuf share.
صحيح.
وقلبته؟
ايه سوي خلاص.
Can you see me, sir?
Not, yes. Now please
Okay,
full
that's
screen.
good.
Make it full screen.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today we're talking the natural positive economic system. Let me introduce you to my friends. First, we have Ahmed, we have Nasser, we have Khalifa, I'm Mohammed Hassan, and I'm Isa Abdul Wahab. This topic is about how nature and positive economy are connected. We have 3 main topics. What's the future goals? And what does it mean? And what does it affect in our daily life? Now let's begin.
Today I'll be talking about why nature is important. About half of the economy depends on nature. That is about $44 trillion. So, what happens if nature disappears? Things will begin to fail. Supply chains break and prices go up. For example, farming needs water and good land. Without nature, food cannot be produced easily and resources will be limited. We take care of the environment because it takes care of us. If we don't, we're breaking the very system that kept us alive and fit. And now with Khalifa.
As Isa has mentioned,
As I said, one slide. As mentioned, I will explain what a nature positive economy is. A nature positive economy protects nature and improves it, and it tries to make it better, not worse. In a traditional economy, the focus is on growth, and resources are used, and the cost to nature is often ignored. Why success is mainly measured by GDP. In a nature positive economy, nature is protected and restored, damage is reduced, and the health of nature is important. This also creates opportunities, as it can create trillions of dollars in value and millions of jobs. In real life, this includes better farming, green investment, and building with nature. For example, using mangrove trees to reduce floods. Now, Muhammad will make a case for nature positive economy.
Thank you, Khalifa. Now I'll explain why nature positive economies are so important. Nature gives us clean air, fresh water, and even pollination for crops. Services worth around $125 trillion every year. Many countries are already taking action. For example, Costa Rica pays people to protect ecosystems, and this idea is now being used around the world. New Zealand focuses on well-being, where nature and people matter more than just gross domestic product, aka GDP. In Europe, governments are creating laws to restore nature and set clear environmental goals. Sustainable businesses are also doing better than traditional ones. Investing in nature creates jobs and helps economies grow stronger in the long term. Now, here is an answer to explain what a nature positive world could look like.
That is correct, Muhammad. I will explain what a nature positive economy would look like. First of all, cities would become much greener with more trees and natural spaces built into everyday life. Governments would measure using success of the health of nature, not only GDP. Indigenous knowledge would be used to guide how land is managed. Companies would be responsible for reporting their impact on nature. Large areas of lands and ocean would be restored to their natural state. People would also make better choices as consumers, thinking about their actions that affect the environment. In conclusion, a nature-positive world focuses on balance between people, economy, and nature. So here's Ahmed again to ask if we are ready.
There are global communicates. There are global communicates such as the COP15 agreement to protect 30% of the land and ocean by 2030. There is still a gap. Many promises are made, but action is not fast enough. Public awareness and young people are also pushing for change. Progress is happening, but more action is still needed. Now, Adisa. Thank you, Ahmed. The EU is taking a strong action to protect nature and is a leader in mangrove restoration, which helps protect coastlines and store carbon. The country also has a national biodiversity strategy to protect both land and marine life, in line with global goals. In addition, Abu Dhabi and Dubai are becoming key centers for green finance and sustainable investments. In conclusion, the EU is playing an important role in building a natural positive future in the region. Now we will conclude with some key takeaways from Khalifa, Muhammad, and Nasser.
Nature is the foundation of our economy because many industries and jobs depend on healthy economies like ocean water and forests and clean water.
A nature positive economy is possible, where we do not only protect nature, but also restore and improve it for future generations.
Action is increasing through the global plans and new technology, but it's still not fast enough, and more effort is needed to close the gap.
Thank you for listening to our presentation. We hope you learned something new in protecting nature.
Thank you, students.
And that's our takeaway. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, students. Let's go to next school, Al Marifa School, second and third cycle girls Bujara.
Hello, I will now share the screen.
All right, brilliant. Please turn on your camera. When you're ready, please turn on your camera and microphone, and then we can start. Marifa School, we're not able to hear you. Please turn on your camera and your microphone. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Then start.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
اقتصادات داعمة للطبيعة. هل نحن مستعدون لعالم تتصدر فيه النظم البيئية المشهد؟ التزام نحو المستقبل. في عصرنا الحالي لم تعد البيئة مجرد قضية عابرة، بل أصبحت صرخة في وجه التلوث نكتبها بأيدينا، إما أن نحييها بالحياة أو نغرقها في دخان الأخطار. فالطبيعة كأم حنون تحتضننا، ولكنها تختنق من تلوث الهواء وتتألم من نفايات تثقل أرضها وماءها. ومن هنا يأتي دورنا في حمايتها، لنحول التقنية إلى حل والذكاء الاصطناعي إلى أمل نقاوم به التلوث ونبني مستقبل أنقى وأبقى. هل سننقذ بيئتنا في ظل التطور المتسارع؟ تقف بيئتنا اليوم على حافة الخطر، حيث يزحف التلوث كسحابة سوداء تظلم سماءنا، وتتراكم النفايات كجبال تثقل أرضنا. فهل نقف متفرجين أم نكون جزءاً من الحل؟ إن البيئة ليست مجرد مكان نعيش فيه، بل هي حياة تحتاج إلى من يحميها، ومستقبل ينتظر من ينقذه.
كيف نصنع التغيير؟ ليست الحلول بعيدة عنا، بل تبدأ بخطوات صغيرة كتقليل الإسراف وإعادة التدوير والاتجاه نحو الطاقة النقية. فقد أكدت منظمة الأمم المتحدة للبيئة UNEP أن تغيير سلوك الأفراد يسهم في حماية البيئة، فكل عمل بسيط إذا اجتمع مع غيره صنع فرقاً كبيراً. وللتقنية دور لا ينكر، حيث يساعد الذكاء الاصطناعي في تحسين إدارة النفايات وتقليل الأخطاء. وقد أشارت وكالة حماية البيئة EPA ومنظمة الصحة العالمية WHO إلى أهمية التقنيات الحديثة في حماية البيئة لنحول التحديات إلى فرص ونبني مستقبلاً أنقى وأفضل. تطبيقات الاستدامة في واقعنا. لا تقف الاستدامة عند النظريات، بل نراها في واقعنا من خلال الطاقة الشمسية وإعادة تدوير النفايات واستخدام التقنيات الحديثة كالذكاء الاصطناعي. وقد أكدت منظمة الصحة العالمية أن هذه الحلول تحسن جودة الحياة وتساهم في حماية البيئة، فتصبح الاستدامة ضرورة لمستقبل أفضل. دورنا كمجتمع لا يقف حفظ البيئة على الجهات الرسمية فقط، بل يبدأ منا نحن كمجتمع، فمن خلال تقليل الاستهلاك وإعادة التدوير ونشر الوعي البيئي نسهم في صنع فرق حقيقي. وعندما يتعاون الأفراد تصبح الاستدامة أسلوب حياة يحمي بيئتنا ويضمن مستقبلاً أفضل للأجيال القادمة. دور التقنية في حماية البيئة. لم تعد التقنية وسيلة للراحة فقط، بل أصبحت سلاحاً فعالاً في حماية البيئة، فيساهم الذكاء الاصطناعي في فرز النفايات بدقة، وتساعد التقنيات الحديثة في تقليل التلوث وترشيد استهلاك الموارد. وقد أكدت منظمة الأمم المتحدة ومنظمة الصحة العالمية أهمية استخدام التقنيات الحديثة لبناء بيئة أكثر أماناً واستدامة. UNEP منظمة الأمم المتحدة، WHO منظمة الصحة العالمية. هل نحن مستعدون؟ في ظل التغيرات المتسارعة يقف العالم اليوم أمام سؤال مهم: هل نحن مستعدون لحماية بيئتنا؟ فقد أصبح التلوث يزداد والموارد تتناقص، والمستقبل يحتاج إلى قرار واضح: إما أن نتحرك اليوم لنغير الواقع، أو ننتظر غداً ونواجه النتائج. فالاستعداد ليس كلمة تقال، بل عمل نبدأ به من الآن. خطوة اليوم نتيجة الغد. يكفي أن ندرك خطورة التلوث، بل يجب أن نتخذ خطوات حقيقية نحو التغير، فمن خلال تقليل الاستهلاك ودعم الطاقة النظيفة واستخدام التقنية بشكل واعٍ يمكننا أن نسهم في حماية كوكبنا. وقد أكدت منظمة الأمم المتحدة للبيئة ومنظمة الصحة العالمية إن التعاون بين الأفراد والمجتمعات هو الطريق الأمثل لبناء مستقبل مستدام. نصون بيئتنا ونرعى أرضنا ونحيي في القلوب أملنا. شكراً لحسن استماعكم.
Thank you, students. Thank you to the second set of presenters for the first topic. Please give a big round of applause to yourselves for doing a tremendous job of putting forth your viewpoints. Now we will take a 15 minutes break, and when we reconvene, we shall hear from the balance presenters. I request all of you to stay signed in and return to your seat by 12:45 to ensure that we start on time. All right, everyone, we will take a 15 minutes break. The next school to present after the break is Applied Technology School, Ajman Girls. Please be ready. Welcome back, everyone. We will now continue with the topic, nature positive economies. Are we ready for a world where ecosystems come first? The school to present now will be Applied Technology School, Ajman Girls. Please share your screen. All right. When you're ready, I'll start the timer. You can start.
Okay. Hi, do you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So, good afternoon, dear judges and presenters. You're with Jawahar Ibrahim, Masa Yusuf, and Mia Thani.
Now, it began as a simple solution, and it became into a question. Are we ready for a world where ecosystems come first?
At first, it seems simple. Growth, development, progress. But if you look closely, there is something else happening. At the end of the video, we see a figure counting money. Faceless, unknown, but clearly involved. So we ask a question. Who or what is really behind this? Is this simply human behavior, or is there something deeper, something less visible guiding it all? To understand this, we need to understand one thing first. How do we actually measure success? In today's world, we use something called gross domestic product, or GDP. GDP is the total value of everything a country produces, all goods and services.
Now that we understand what GDP measures, it connects us to the environment. Many activities that increase GDP, like manufacturing, transportation, and large-scale production and energy production, it releases gases like nitrogen dioxide, which directly affects air quality. As economic activity increases, so does pollution.
We can clearly see this connection in real-life examples. Fast fashion companies like Shein produce large amounts of clothing at a very high rate. This increases GDP through sales and production, but it also leads to overconsumption, waste, and environmental damage.
This reveals a major problem. GDP doesn't distinguish between the positive and negative activities. Pollution increases GDP. Disaster recovery increases GDP. Even environmental damage can appear as economic growth.
Now, we need to go back in time, back to the 1930s. During the Great Depression and World War II, economies were collapsing, so governments needed a fast, easy, and simple way to calculate economic income. Economy continues to grow. At first, it looks like success, higher production, higher income, and stronger economy. But this is only one side of the story. Natural resources are depleting faster than they are being recovered.
What you're seeing here isn't just a normal map, it's a pattern. The more active an area becomes, the more pressure it places on the environment.
Okay, so
Okay, those clusters don't form randomly. They form in areas where transport, production are concentrated. Now we take a closer look. In areas where these clusters are formed, manufacturing happens the most, and air pollution also happens the most in these areas. Now, when we look at these nitrogen dioxide maps, it's important to know what they really represent. Nitrogen dioxide is mainly produced by traffic, industry, large-scale production, and power generation, the same activities that drive GDP growth. So, the regions like near Abu Dhabi, Dubai, and the northern regions, such as Ras Al Khaimah, show us that when GDP grows, the environmental pressure also grows. That alignment is not a coincidence. It's evidence that the regions contributing most to GDP are also the regions contributing most to the environmental pressure. Now, we'd like to invite you to experience our solution for yourselves. Please scan the QR code. This is our app. Our app is a very simple solution which guides you users to stay motivated when thinking about GDP. Eco-GDP solves a problem that because GDP measures success without thinking about the environment. So by staying motivating and climbing the leaderboard, you earn points. You earn green GDP points, also known as green credits. This is inspired by a real-world carbon credit system that was implemented during COP28, linking directly to climate change, SDG 13 climate action, and SDG 11 sustainable cities and communities. Additionally, this is Quick Drink. It's a small-scale water purification system. Unlike large desalination plants, it's designed to be a smaller, more sustainable solution. Quick Drink works differently. It uses solar energy and it is made out of recycled materials to purify water directly at its source. Over time, GDP and human actions both affect the Earth's environment. Not every place needs a solution. Every place needs to meet the same goal, protecting and improving our planet. That's what a nature-positive solution is about. Are we ready for a world where ecosystems come first? It's up to you to decide. Thank you.
Thank you, students. The team to present now will be Neima, KZ, and Cycle School, Abu Dhabi. Will be making a co-host. Could you please share your screen, your presentation, and switch on your mics?
We are not able to share our screen.
Are you sharing screen from this account or Sarah Safe?
From Sarah Safe.
All right. You should be able to, both of your co-hosts. Can you check? All right. When you're ready.
Yes.
All right.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am Sarah Saif. I am Aisha Abdullah. And I'm Salam Muhammad. And we are from Nibras School. Today, in this courtroom, we are going to make a decision where I will be the judge. And I will be humanity. And I'll be representing nature. Profit without nature is loss. Good morning, respected judges, teachers, and my fellow students. Today, we are going to talk about a very important topic that is close to all our hearts: nature-positive economy. Are we ready to put ecosystems first? Humanity stands before us for years of decisions.
Imagine the year 2015. We have grown, we have developed, our cities are larger, our industries are stronger, but something is missing. Forests are disappearing, ecosystems are collapsing, yet economic growth continues. Was this a progress?
Not entirely. According to the United Nations, over 1 million species are at risk of extinction. And with that, the ecosystem could collapse. We are using resources 1.7 times faster than Earth can replace them, as per a UN report. We are taking more than it can ever be returned. Nearly 1/3 of all our food is wasted, according to the United Nations Food Program. And this is the cost of your progress. A path still exists: a nature-positive economy, an economy that restores ecosystems and protects biodiversity, a system where we give back more than we take. This is not the end of growth. It is a new definition of growth.
Then show us how. We protect ecosystem and natural habitats. We use sustainable agriculture that protects soil and water. We reduce waste and carbon emissions through cleaner energy. This restores balance between human needs and environmental limits.
The results of your work are clear. Ecosystems are becoming secure. Food systems are becoming stable. New sustainable jobs are created. This is not a sacrifice. It is for a stronger future. And this change has already begun in the United Arab Emirates. 100 million mangroves are being planted by 2030. They protect biodiversity. They support marine life. They store carbon. When you protect nature, nature protects you.
But change is not simple. It's expensive. It's time-consuming. Industries resist, and people must change their way of living. We are not refusing, but we are not ready.
Not ready? Not ready while ecosystem collapse? While biodiversity disappear? Action is too slow and damage is too fast. And still, profit is chosen over life. Then a system is needed. What system? A global biodiversity credit system. Companies earn or lose biodiversity credits based on their environmental impact. Reforestation gains points, depending on areas companies cover to reforest. Sustainable production earns rewards. The more companies recycle their products, the more their sustainable score will increase. Pollution leads to penalties. The companies releasing more greenhouse gases will see that their global biodiversity credit score reduced. This creates accountability. This is how responsibility becomes measurable. Once ecosystems are gone, they do not return easily.
Future depends on what we chose today.
Will you act or will you lose what cannot be replaced? The court rests its case. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, students. We will now hear from students from Applied Technology Schools in TBMEC Boys Campus. We'll make you co-host. Once we do, please share your screen. Switch on your cameras and your microphones.
Is it clear?
Yes. Yes, we can see now. Are you all coming from one screen?
Yes. Yes.
All right, brilliant. Okay, 1 minute.
Hello Khalid.
Just,
نعم نبدي ولا do we start?
just a minute.
Okay.
Okay, you can start.
Hello Khalid. How you started research for our capstone course?
Couldn't find any good books about it, to be honest.
Well, no need to worry. I found this book in the library and it talks about how countries usually develop. First of all, it says that the country should have a high GDP.
Wait. Could you explain what GDP means?
Well, I'm glad you asked. GDP stands for Gross Domestic Product. By that, I mean it is the calculation of a country's wealth by how much they produce in a specific amount of time. Here, we should take a look at the book.
Well, it does in fact state GDP and other necessities a country should take, but isn't it missing something?
Pardon the intrusion, guys, but let's be honest here. Not everything is written on paper. As humans, it's our priority to protect and preserve the environment, and GDP is mostly against that. We should look into this topic. Well, how can that be possible? GDP is only a calculation of a country's wealth. How can it? I don't think it has any disadvantages. You're partially correct, but you're wrong about there not being any disadvantages. According to this graph by the World Bank and the IPBES, the GDP does in fact increase the financial value of the world, but it has major flaws, which include biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse and resource depletion, which are all non-beneficial to either side.
Okay.
I'm starting to understand what you're talking about. GDP does actually only focus primarily on monetary productions and output, and it even counts oil spills as economic growth. The three of us know that's not true.
Yes.
As Stiglitz recommends, we should look at it in a more nature-positive way, measuring comprehensive wealth and including non-market capital. To clarify, Stiglitz has researched a lot about the environment and knows how to make it more sustainable.
Wow. Let me add on to that. According to this graph by the World Bank, it shows the global financial index of both produced capital and renewable natural capital. So every time the produced capital increases, the renewable natural capital decreases. This is the illusion of growth. People are blinded by what GDP shows them, but they don't see the reality of the situation. Mohammed Rashid, could I ask you one question? Could you clarify more on your point of view? I couldn't quite understand it.
Sure, no problem. According to this diagram, every time the economy clearly feeds off the environment. So if the environment collapses, so does the economy. And according to the United Nations Environment Program, over 50% of global GDP is directly dependent on ecosystems. If the environment falls, half of global wealth vanishes as well.
I see. Okay. Sorry guys, I tricked you both. I wanted to probe you both to see if you were on Team Green money or Team Green leaves. Unfortunately, there's a 30-1 problem. Only $220 billion are used to protect the environment, while a whopping $7.3 trillion are used to harm it. According to the UNEP, our target should be $542 billion annually by 2030. That's each year, not just once.
I'm starting to get even more convinced by your guys' points. But how can we be ready for a world where ecosystems come first?
Well, we have to do three systemic shifts. First of all, implementing another metric that includes nature alongside GDP will help us measure better. Secondly, redirecting finances from nature negative activities into, for example, resilient agriculture and water restoration can go a long ways. Third of all, countries should also take part in this. Implementing global policies and international laws will help us convince people that we have to preserve the environment, not harm it. And one of my sources is the World Bank.
Yes, but there must be some disadvantages, right?
Well, yes, I do have to say there are disadvantages. Firstly, the advantages are we will have long-term stability and a more accurate economy. But the disadvantages do not outweigh the advantages. First of all, nature is hard to calculate. It's divided into many sectors. Secondly, it requires a large sum of money. It requires a large sum of money to actually implement. And thirdly, we can't convince countries overnight on a whim. And all of my major sources for this is Smulders.
Khalid, do you remember when I said if the environment collapses, so does the economy?
Yes.
So what if the environment's quality increases? What will happen to the economy?
That's a great question, Mohammed Rashid. Well, according to the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, even if you spend $1, you can get up to 30 times the returns. But if we do not go with it, the World Bank states that key industries like agriculture, fishing, and tourism all rely on nature. And if we damage that, they will suffer major financial losses.
I see.
That's a shame.
Mohammed Rashid, I'd like to ask you a similar question that I asked Khalid.
Sure.
Are we ready for a world where ecosystems come first?
Are you ready? No. But can we be ready? Yes. We have the power. We have the money. All it takes is action.
I agree. I used to endorse GDP and I thought it was one of the best metrics to measure a country. But now, after hearing their points of views and they shined light on the situation, I think that if we convince countries and residents, maybe, just maybe, they can change their mind and know what to focus on. Khan, I think now we're more ready for our capstone course. Do you mind if I can use some of these references?
Go for it. I don't really mind.
Thank you.
But thank you for listening to our presentation.
Have a great day.
Thank you, students. We'll now hear from Al Dhafra High School, Dubai, followed by Applied Technology School, Girls Campus, Abu Dhabi. Al Dhafra, please raise your hands. All right, Al Dhafra, we are making you co-host. Once we do, please share your screen. Hatim, please turn on your camera.
Actually, Hatim is presenting the presentation.
No problem. Then all four of you are presenting them. Yes, all right.
The students are not able to unmute themselves.
And also, can you ask Hatim? Yes. All right, share your screen.
Order in court. Today, we are to hear about the case of nature versus humanity, the charge irreversible environmental damage in the name of economic growth.
Excuse me, sir. There's like a small issue with this because one of our teammates, Naira, she has not been pinned. I can't speak either. Yeah, and her mic is mute as well. She can't speak.
All right, Naira, we have made you. Sure. Sorry, I'll restart the timer then. All right, you can 1 minute. 1 minute, we are making co-host. Students, again, the following students, please write your school name next to your name so it's easier for us to pin you and make you co-hosts. All right, you can restart.
Order in court. Today, we are here to listen to the case of nature versus humanity, the charge irreversible environmental damage in the name of economic growth.
Your Honor, today we will provide evidence of a battle should not exist, a battle between humanity and their homes. Your Honor, the current economic system is flawed. A path we chose, and choices have consequences. Deforestation is now profit. Pollution is growth. All at the expense of forests and the life they sustain. All for this. It ignores the very systems that ensures our survival. Pollination, clean water, climate regulation, worth over $44 trillion, and half of our economy depends on nature. Yet, we treat it as invisible.
Your Honor, I urge this court to face reality. It is economic growth, not environmental protection, that guards human welfare. In developing economies, rapid industrialization is often necessary. A 1% increase in GDP links to a 1.3% reduction in extreme poverty. Since 1990, global poverty has dropped from 36% to under 10% today. This proves that the current system is not failing humanity, rather, it is lifting it.
According to the WHO, 99% of people breathe polluted air, causing 7 million premature deaths each year. Over 80% of wastewater is left untreated. 1 million species are on the verge of extinction. Look at the Gulf of Mexico, dead zone, oxygen depleted, all because of your neglect.
We didn't fail to see this. We chose to look away. We consume resources at 1.7 Earths per year, which means we need almost 2 Earths to sustain us. Imagine 2 Earths. By 2030, ecosystem collapse could cost about $2.7 trillion annually. You call this growth? Well, we call it death.
I thought we were dealing with realism, not idealistic fantasies. Nature doesn't pay the bills. Worrying about forests or fish while people need jobs and rent is just useless sentimentalism. Economic growth is not a choice, it's a necessity. It builds hospitals, it educates our children, it sustains entire populations. You speak of forests, I speak of livelihoods, because when economies slow down, it is not nature that suffers first, it is the people. So, no, we cannot simply abandon the system because you call it flawed.
Let me be clear. This quote is not for empty arguments. Is this a trial for blame or are you bringing solutions? Because let me remind you, debates do not restore ecosystems.
Then we create a system that makes protecting nature rewarding, economically and globally. We propose the Global Eco Exchange, GEE, an international market where companies, countries, and organizations invest in renewable energy and ecosystem anywhere in the world.
A country's government or company invests money in renewable energy projects in another country, like solar or wind energy. These projects produce profit, for example, selling electricity or sustainable products. The profit is shared fairly between everyone who invested, so they earn money while helping the environment. If the investor is a private company, a part of the profit must go back to its own government. This money is then used to fund more environmental projects at home.
Wow! This eco stock market will fix everything! Neat. And what ensures transparency? Who audits it? Who stops manipulation? This system assumes everyone plays fair. But when has that ever happened?
Every project is tracked from day one. The money, the work, the impact, everything goes into a shared digital system everyone can see. Smart meters, sensors, satellites, they record energy produced, trees planted, and wetlands restored. The system knows the real numbers. Countries or companies can't just lie about profits. Well, if they try, the data proves them wrong. You can't hide, cheat, or game this. Because here, transparency isn't optional. It's enforced, hard and loud.
Well, that does sound interesting. But who is actually in charge here? And what, besides optimism, is stopping this from being exploited?
The International Ecological Council, IEAC. It will work with the UNFCCC and the UNCTAD. So it's not just local, but rather a global movement. It monitors, verifies, and enforces. No nation, no company, and no greed can slip through.
If you take, you must restore. If you profit, it is accountable. This council is the hammer and the world will see it strike.
Defendant, are there any objections?
No, Your Honor.
The question here is not can we afford to save nature? It is can we afford not to? We had the data, we had the warnings, but what we didn't have, it was the will to change.
The court has heard enough. Humanity is found responsible, but not beyond redemption. The sentence is clear. Invest in nature, restore what you have destroyed, turn environmental protection into shared prosperity. Ensure every action, every profit, every investment is accountable. This isn't the end of a horrible chapter, it's the beginning of a responsible one. The future is now in session. Court dismissed.
Thank you, students. All right. We'll now hear from Applied Technology School, Girls Campus, Abu Dhabi. ATS Abu Dhabi, we will make you co-host. Next school after the Applied Technology School is Dwight School, Dubai. Please be ready. Yes. Just a minute, I will tell you when to start. Please switch on your microphone.
Yes, would you?
Yes,
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 one.
we can
Yes,
hear you. Can hear you.
Yes, thank you.
Ready?
Don't you think we should start paying more attention to the environment? We can't put ecosystems above the economy. The world needs to keep developing and becoming more modern every day. If we slow down growth for nature, we slow down progress. But without nature, there's no economy in the first place. We depend on clean air, water, and other natural resources. If we destroy the environment, we destroy our future. But still, countries need strong economies first. Jobs, industries, and development are more urgent. We can't risk slowing everything down just for environmental goals. But ignoring nature is exactly what caused these problems. We need both development and environmental protection. But right now, the balance is missing. So to understand this more, let's look what nature-positive economies actually are. So before we start, the greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it. A quote by Robert Swan. And now, what are nature-positive economies? Nature-positive economies are economic systems that protect nature, restore ecosystems, and use resources sustainably. They don't only reduce harm, but they aim to improve the environment and increase nature for the future. People believe we are ready to put ecosystems first. There are positive steps happening today. Renewable energy is growing, sustainable farming is improving, and green cities already exist. And governments are creating environmental policies, and public awareness is also increasing. However, we are still not doing enough. Fossil fuels still provide most of the world's energy, and economic systems often prioritize profit over nature. And let's not forget the fact that the transition is expensive and slow. If we fail to act, the consequences are serious. Air becomes polluted, water becomes unsafe, and natural resources start to run out. This also affects the human's health and the environment. The transition is challenging because green technology is still new, and not all countries have the same systems or resources to switch that quick. Also, many leaders focus more on short-term environmental problems than long-term environmental goals. So, to understand more, let's talk about GDP, which stands for Gross Domestic Product. It measures the total value of goods and services a country provides, and it says whether or not they're successful. But the problem is that GDP focuses only on growth. It ignores pollution, climate change, biodiversity loss, and natural capital loss. It does not measure the damage being done to nature. Yet, global evidence shows $44 trillion of global economy depend on nature. Around 1 million species are at risk of extinction, and ecosystems provide essential services like clean air, water, and food. This shows we must change how we define success. We need a fundamental shift in how we define success. GDP is no longer fully accurate on its own. It ignores environmental damage and what is being done to the earth. It does not show the real state and condition of our world.
There are solutions we can use. We can switch to renewable energy, protect forests and oceans, reduce pollution and waste, and adopt a circular economy where we reuse and recycle. Sustainable farming and green policies can also help the planet. The global vision is clear. It's to have a healthier and a cleaner world. Cities will have green spaces, oceans and rivers will be restored, forests will grow back, and wildlife will return. Countries will work together to help protect the earth, and humans will live healthier lives. The United Arab Emirates is currently taking action through the UAE Net Zero 2050 strategy, investing in clean energy, wildlife protection, and sustainable development.
So our vision, our proposed solution in the future is to have a give and take circular economy. So the idea is the economy can still grow, the world can still develop, but we don't lose our ecosystems along the way. For example, every time we send out an oil ship, create a new factory, introduce a new industry, or even expand trade, we take action towards restoring forests, helping marine life, and even reducing pollution. Of course, with government support, this idea can help us flourish into the future without losing nature.
As the Holy Quran says, and do not act wickedly on earth, creating chaos. This reminds us that protecting the environment is not just a modern idea, but a responsibility that has always been emphasized. But the real question is, are we ready for a world where ecosystems come first? Many systems, industries, and habits prefer short-term benefits over long-term sustainability. But the truth is, we're not fully ready yet.
Presented by Kinda Khalid,
Safiya Saud,
Mahabit,
and Maryam Radaya.
And just remember, no nature,
no economy.
Protect today,
sustain tomorrow.
Thank you.
For listening.
Thank you, girls. Next school to present will be Dwight School, Dubai. Please raise your hands. Share your screen. Should be shared button in the center, bottom center of the Zoom app, green button. Just click that and share. All right. You all ready?
Yes.
All right. Brilliant. You can start.
GDP is on the first down.
Pause, please. Okay, since all of you are in the same room, When one of you are speaking, others lower the speaker volume, please.
Make your thing go somewhere.
Or wear a headphone, please.
Okay.
All right.
GDP goes up, but this force falls down.
Money gets loud while we silence the ground.
Health at our planet. Yeah, we lost the way.
If growth hurts the earth, it can't stay.
Oceans rising while the charts look great.
We need a new way before it's too late.
Good afternoon, distinguished judges, respected teachers, and fellow students. We are Haya, Ollie, Sashisha, Sebastian, and Jaden. And today we ask one urgent question. Are we ready for a world where ecosystems come first? For years, countries have measured success mainly through GDP, growth, profit, and production. But while economies have grown, forests have disappeared, oceans have filled with plastic, and ecosystems have too often been pushed aside. So today, we are not just asking how rich a country is, we are asking something deeper. If growth damages the earth, can we still call it success?
To answer that, we can look at the Sustainable Development Goals because they show us what real progress should actually look like. Sustainable Development Goals are 17 goals made by the United Nations. Sustainable Development Goals aim to make the world a better place. These goals are for everyone, no matter who they are, where they come from, or how they look. Sustainable Development Goal number 6, 8, 9, and 11 showcase that success is not only about money, it's mainly about clean water, sustainable economic growth, better infrastructure, and safer cities everywhere. Sustainable Development Goal number 12, 13, 14, and 15 focus on responsible consumption, climate action, life below water, and life on land. These goals show that if we destroy nature while trying to grow the economy at the same time, then this means that the growth is not really sustainable. This shows that nature-positive economies have to rely on sustainable development goals. Success should be measured not only by profit, but also by healthy ecosystems, lower waste, cleaner air, and a future where nature and people can thrive together.
And this is not just a global idea. Here in the UAE, we can already see real examples of environmental action. One major example is renewable energy. Instead of relying only on oil and gas, the UAE is investing on solar farms and nuclear power. It is also using the IPP model, where private companies help build and fund projects, while the government buys the electricity. This makes the transition more practical and cost-effective. And by 2030, the UAE aims to reach 19.8 gigawatts of clean energy.
Another strong example is mangrove restoration. Mangroves absorb large amounts of carbon dioxide and also protect coastlines from strong waves and storms. The UAE has already planted more than 30 million mangroves and aims to reach 100 million by 2030, showing that restoring nature can also help people.
The UAE is also reducing single-use plastic. This matters because plastic bags, straws, and cutlery often end up in oceans and harm marine life. Instead of changing everything at once, the policy was introduced gradually, starting with charges and encouraging reusable options. In Abu Dhabi, this helped reduce single-use plastic bag by 95% in 1 year.
Protecting the environment can also mean protecting wildlife. The UAE has created 49 protected areas and uses tracking systems to support important species like one of the rarest national animals in the world, the Arabian oryx. Today, the UAE has over 8,000 Arabian oryx.
The UAE is also turning waste into energy. Instead of sending waste to landfills, waste-to-energy plants can reduce pollution while producing electricity at the same time. Because of efforts like this, the UAE aims to divert 75% of its waste away from landfills in 2030.
These examples prove that change is possible, but to understand why this shift matters, we also need to look honestly at the system the world still mainly uses today, which is the GDP. GDP is still widely used for a reason. It's simple, easy to compare between countries, and useful for government making budget plans and economic decisions. It can show whether an economy is growing or shrinking, and it is often used to link jobs, investments, and business development. But GDP also has some serious limits. It does not measure environmental damage, quality of life, happiness, health, education, or fairness. In fact, pollution, disasters, and rising healthcare costs can all increase GDP, even when people and ecosystems are suffering. So GDP is useful, but it is incomplete.
If countries were judged more by environmental health, there would be major benefits. It would support long-term prosperity because nature protects the resource future generations need. It would also encourage sustainability, pushing governments to reduce pollution, protect forests, and invest in renewable energy. Most importantly, it would also improve the quality of life through cleaner air, cleaner water, and healthier environments. However, a nature-first system also has challenges. Some industries could slow down in the short term, especially mining, oil, and heavy manufacturing. It can also be harder to measure environmental success fairly because countries have different climates and different natural resources. And for businesses, cleaner systems and new technology can cost more at start.
So the real question is not only what is wrong with the current system, what should we create instead? Our answer is not to remove GDP overnight. That would be unrealistic. Instead, countries should use GDP together with new measures, such as a Nature Wealth Index. This could track forests, biodiversity, carbon emissions, water, soil, and ecosystem stability, so governments are rewarded not only for growth, but also for protecting nature. To make this practical, countries should also value natural capital more directly. This means treating forests, wetlands, clean air, and safe water as national assets, rewarding green businesses, investing in renewable energy, and measuring well-being alongside economic growth. This would not stop progress, and it would rather redirect progress towards sustainability. So, are we ready for a world where ecosystems come first? Not fully, but we are more ready than ever to begin. We already have the science, the examples, and the tools. What we need now is the courage to redefine success, because without nature, there's no society and no business and no economy.
Here's our website that shows our issues and solutions. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for
Thank you.
listening.
Thank you.
Thank you, students. Thank you. Let's go to the next school, Dubai International Academy, Emirates Hills, followed by Ajman Academy.
No, this child is so small.
Mic check. You need to turn off your audio. Hang on. I need to turn it. Turn off.
All right. Only 4 students. So...
Mic check.
No, miss, your volume.
Mic check one more time. Is everything clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Please. All right, you're presenting from one screen.
Sir, we have. Okay, perfect.
All right, just a minute. I'll tell you when to start. Hold on. Yeah.
We are the DIA sub-senior team.
And we have a question for you today. Is our world ready for a place where ecosystems come first. Now, just like how you crash out when you're preparing for a public speaking competition, our world is crashing out when facing the environmental consequences as a result of GDP. If we take a look at the long-term problems our world is currently facing, top 4 are under the environmental category. 52% of global GDP is highly or moderately dependent upon nature. What does that mean? It means every percent of GDP a nation tries to increase is at the cost of a tree being cut somewhere in the forest. Now, if you take a look at the global GDP over the long run, in the past 200 years, it has been continuing to increase, skyrocketing high up high. What else is also increasing? Deforestation. Why? This is because economies treat these natural resources as infinite, inexhaustible resources. But the thing is, they are finite. And when all that individuals, communities, and economies care about is this GDP, nature is what is at the cost of it. And this is why we introduce to you the Environment Economic Gauge.
The components of our solution. The biggest component is regarding GDP. It is fully aligned with the 2025 SNA that all government central banks and financial markets use as a common economic language, but is now depletion adjusted, accounting for loss of natural capital. Next, natural capital stocks means we are essentially treating nature as a measurable economic wealth by tracking total stock of natural assets, changes to these assets over time, and their economic value. BIVA builds on that by measuring not just stock of nature, but economic value generated. It means that we track what GDP ignores, the contribution of ecosystems to economic output, the condition of biodiversity and ecosystems, and whether they are being maintained. Then NIPC means we are tracking how a country, a government uses their resources by tracking resource use per unit of GDP, the adoption of circular production systems, and waste generation intensity. Then CNIEP means that we are tracking how well a country aligns their economic production and performance with their climate problems. The 10% of social resilience is what really makes us stand out. It means that we recognize economic performance as unsustainable without social stability and inclusion, tracking inequality, tracking the access to resources, and tracking essentially how the people are living and whether they're happy or not. Lastly, but not least, governance policies. Essentially, we're tracking whether all institutional systems needed are in place, which underpins our entire framework and ensures everything else runs smoothly.
Now, we don't want our solution to be a thing of the past, not even of the close present. We need our solution to be a thing of the future. And the way we do that is feasibility. So we accomplish that with the tri-prong approach. That means for all of the stakeholders within our solution. For example, governments. For governments, we will replace GDP in political power. That means your diplomatic power, your loans, your trade advantages, all are tied with our measure, EEG. That means governments are wholly incentivized to create a nature-positive economy and bridge the $600 to $700 billion investment gap. Now, we will accomplish this also with our middlemen. These people were illustrated by the Das Gupta review, and these people will accomplish the profits, subsidies, and market dominance opened up by the $10 trillion worth of economy we shall create. And finally, the public. What EEG, the company, does really well, in our opinion. That means we will improve their education, their quality of life, and their employability by making them understand our solution. These people are the future, and we will target them. Finally, a big component of our solution is its tailoredness. So for all economies, all countries throughout the world, we will convert their economies into nature positive ones. But for high industrial capital countries, we will improve their nature. And for high nature capital countries, we will improve their industrial capacity.
As we have analyzed the solutions and components and our varying approaches, we have formulated an actionable roadmap that clearly demonstrates the logistics to transition and work towards a nature-positive economy. Phase 0 is to design a legitimate solution that builds technical credibility and overall institutional backing that challenges the authority of GDP. We have achieved this phase of the roadmap. Continuing in 2027 to 2029, phase 1 begins the governmental transition where their ideologies shift to a sustainable approach. Incentivizing diplomatic and financial shifts by lending financial power and beneficial trade agreements will allow governments to be globally ranked to compete in a nature-based economy. Proceeding by 2029, phase 2 emphasizes the economic resilience for a private sector tipping point. This triggers rapid adoption for industries and capital flows that focuses on economical outcomes. Reducing the financial gap of transitioning from industrial to ecological assets creates new business opportunities and economic ventures that provides a sustainable approach. Proceeding on by 2028 to 2033, phase 3 promotes public adoption and behavioral shifts in media and educational system. Education ministries and social media platforms must educate and empower the foundational backgrounds for current and upcoming generations to be aware of the importance of nature. Moving on to phase 4. Phase 4 in 2030 and onwards completely tailors the international capital composition where high natural economies are the most prominent. We have created a website template that publicly exhibits the government ranking system and providing beneficial certifications for learners discovering the history and actively participating in our current solution.
This is our bibliography. And finally, we started this at the beginning of the project 2 months ago and see how much has grown. This is what happens if you invest in our solution.
Thank you.
Thank you, students. Thank you, students. Now we will hear from the students of Ajman Academy. Please raise your hands. We will make you co-host. All right, students, share your screen and turn on your microphone when you're ready. Who is sharing screen? Is it one of you or the teacher? Can you switch on your? All right. All right, ready?
You start? Okay. This court is now in session. Today, we will decide whether current economic systems are harming the environment and whether a nature-positive future is necessary.
Your Honor, modern economies depend heavily on fossil fuels, resource extraction, and short-term profit. This has led to climate change, biodiversity loss, and growing environmental risks. For example, the Paris Agreement, which is a legally binding international treaty, created in 2015 to combat climate change.
And when nature suffers, businesses suffer too. Supply chains become unstable, prices rise, and industries face uncertainty.
Economic growth is still important, Your Honor. It creates jobs, supports families, and helps reduce poverty. Fossil fuels alone employ 18.4 million people globally, with wages well above average. Many nations still depend on industries to survive, and with COP31 convening in Turkey this November, a country still heavily relied on coal and gas, the world must recognize that not every country can transition at the same speed.
The core understands both sides. Economic stability and environmental protection are clearly connected issues. Continue.
But we are already seeing the effects of environmental damage. Floods, droughts, and extreme heat are impacting communities around the world. Think about the Burn storm, which caused $14 billion euros in losses and killed over 220 people. Many businesses like food, flood insurance, government recovery funds took months to reach small firms, highlighting gaps in policy support.
Global organizations have recognized this issue. The OECD says environmental concerns must be included in economic decisions, and the United Nations support this through SDG 9, 12, and 17.
Objection, Your Honor. Not every country has the resources or abilities to apply to these policies equally.
According to European Commission, Eurostat estimates the environmental economy grew strongly in 2023. Ireland saw growth of 19.1%, followed by the Netherlands and Malta.
However, some countries like Bulgaria and Romania have experienced declines, showing that transitions are not always easy or equally successful.
A reasonable point. Different countries face different economic pressures and challenges.
The evidence also shows that the green economy is expanding rapidly and can create millions of jobs through renewable energy and sustainable investment. According to the International Renewable Energy Agency, the global renewable energy sector employed 13.7 million people directly, up from 7.3 million in 2012.
Green growth includes renewable energy, low carbon technology, and resource efficiency. These industries are becoming more important every year. For example, Denmark's wind industry, which supplies 50% of its electricity and drove 10% of global GDP growth.
Objection. Renewable systems still need major investment, infrastructure, and time. Some regions like Africa and South America cannot fully depend on them yet.
Sustained. The court asked that practically and long-term planning both be considered.
Of course, Your Honor, the transition will take time, but delaying action will increase future environmental and economic risks. Examples include Canada and its Mount Pulley spill, where 25 billion liters of contaminated water was released.
Businesses also need clear policies and government support so they can adapt successfully. For example, car companies are shifting to electrical vehicles and they need government support and clear policies.
Rapid economic change can also create instability, including energy shortages, unemployment, and rising costs for ordinary people.
But environmental disasters damage economies too. According to Federal Reserve Bank of Hurricane Katrina, cost over $160 billion in damages, roughly 1% of the US GDP. This is how environmental destruction causes massive economic loss.
Mining is another important issue. Canada states mining must be balanced with environmental protection, while conservation groups warn that deep-sea mining may harm biodiversity. The Clean Water Act is a legislation placed to reduce pollutants entering water and requiring permits to dig wells and fill streams.
Objection. Materials like lithium are necessary for renewable energy, technology, and battery production, such as solar panels.
Sustained. Continue with that consideration in mind.
The problem is not mining itself, but irresponsible extraction without proper regulation.
We could damage ecosystems that scientists still do not fully understand.
Businesses also struggle because global environmental standards are often unclear and inconsistent between countries.
Technology may help. AI and satellite monitoring are improving environmental tracking and transparency.
And accountability is essential to prevent greenwashing and ensure real progress.
Objection: environmental impact is difficult to measure accurately, especially on a global scale.
Overruled. Difficulty does not remove responsibility or the need of improvement.
Without strong standards, some companies may continue harmful practices while appearing sustainable.
Objection: these examples may not work everywhere due to differences in geography, wealth, and infrastructure.
Overruled. They still provide useful examples of what progress can look like.
Investment and cooperation, other countries can make similar progress. Denmark, in instance, transformed from heavy oil dependence in the 1970s to generating over 80% of its electricity from renewables today, while building one of the strongest economies through green technology exports.
Local communities and indigenous groups must be included in environmental decisions. COP30 in Belém, Amazonia, the first climate summit held in the rainforest, showed why this matters. Only 360 indigenous delegates entered negotiations compared to 1,600 fossil fuel lobbyists. Those who protect the forests must have a seat at the table.
We believe that the best solution is a gradual transition that protects both economic stability and environment while allowing countries to adapt to time.
We propose investment in renewable energy, sustainable infrastructure, and circular economies.
And stronger environmental laws and ecosystem restoration.
The court finds that while economic systems have harmed the environment, economies are still essential for global development. Different countries will transition at different speeds, but balanced approach is necessary. Reducing fossil fuel dependence, supporting sustainable innovation, and protecting the environment alongside economic growth. This court is adjourned.
Thank you, students. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finished all the teams for today. Let's give the teams a big round of applause. Now we will take a final break of 20 minutes while the scores are being tallied, and then we will start the closing ceremony. We request all of you to return at 2:20 when we'll announce the result and the winners for topic 1, nature positive economies. Are we ready for a world where ecosystems comes first? All right, everyone. See you in 20 minutes. Hello, students. We will begin shortly. Just give us 2 minutes. We'll just tally and we'll put display the score soon.
Varun, are we ready?
Yes, we are ready. All right. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a wonderful break. Okay. All right. Okay, now the moment we have eagerly awaited has arrived. The results are in. All right. So before we unveil the champions, let's acknowledge and congratulate all the participating teams for their commendable efforts. Right, so everyone give a clap on the Zoom. You can use the buttons. All right. All right, each presentation added immense value to today's proceeding. So everyone's presentations were unique, filled with different statistics, And this is what is important for you to learn from each other, right? Throughout the history of this competition, the winners and runner-ups are awarded on stage at the end of the competition. But since this is conducted as a virtual event, that's not possible. Therefore, we request the school teacher to come along with the students to our office in Jumeirah next week, so you can collect the trophies and the framed certificates from the hands of Dr. Habib al-Marashi herself, right? So I repeat, after announcing today's winners, you can collect the trophies and the frame certificates by next week. Or if not, we can ask our delivery vehicles to come to the school to deliver. All right. So
I think it will be a good idea for the winning schools to come to the office. Then we can take a group photo, and it's a good memory for the schools as well. They can put it on their website.
Yes.
So we can arrange some time next week.
Yes. All right. Brilliant. Okay, so now let's begin announcing the runners up and the victorious teams from today's topic. All right. So I am delighted to invite all the jury panel to join us on Zoom. We can pin you. Please do join us. Open your screen and we will pin you. And Dr. Habiba, you're here.
I'm just outside.
دكتور عبد الغني السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام يا هلا دكتورة، كيفك؟ إن شاء الله بخير.
الحمد لله، إن شاء الله استانستوا دكتورة نايلة.
يعطيكم العافية، تنظيم متميز.
الحمد لله. We had 28 teams today, huh?
الحمد لله. Yes.
That's why I say we are a resilient nation.
I was so impressed. So impressed.
So in spite of everything, we still forge ahead, alhamdulillah, and you have this wonderful future generation, an excellent example of what this country is all about.
That's true.
Varun, we start with the runners up, yeah?
Yes. All right.
So I understand the competition was very tough.
It is.
You hear that, participants? You impressed the judges and they were finding it very difficult to put the scores. Yeah, so well done to all of you. And well done to the teachers who have mentored you, trained you. Well done.
All right.
Yalla. Varun, we'll start with the second runner-up.
Yes. All right. So let's look at the winners. Are we ready, everyone? Yes?
Yes.
No? Okay. Brilliant. All right. The second runner-up. All right. So this time we do have a tie between two teams for the second runner-up. That shows the immense competition that was there today. All right. So the teams are from, all right, ready? All right. Dubai International Academy, Emirates Hills, Dubai, and Applied Technology Schools, Al Dhafra, Abu Dhabi. You are second runner-up tie.
Big hand, everybody. Well done.
After we can pin all of them so we can have a screenshot.
We will put finally the Excel sheet of all the teams and the scoring. This is part of the transparency and governance structure of the award.
Yes. So let me just pin both the schools so we can have a group photo. Please turn on your cameras. So this is TIA Emirates Hills and Dhafra.
Congratulations, both schools.
I'll unmute them so they can.
Thank you. Alaikum salam. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, everyone pause for a quick screenshot.
Dhafra school.
Yes. Applied Technology Al-Dhafra. Mabruk.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is the first time you are participating in this competition. Very well done.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Brilliant. All right. Let me remove pin so we can go on to the next, the first runner-up. Okay. All right. Any guesses on the first runner-up? Okay, let me continue. All right. The first runner-up is from Dubai. It is Dwight School, Dubai. Congratulations. Right. All of you, please do turn on your cameras. Brilliant.
Congratulations, Mabruk.
Thank you so much.
You deserved it.
Let me just take one more screenshot, then we will announce the winners for this topic. The rest of the students don't go. We will be sharing your scores after we announce the winner. So you will know your scores and what position you were. All right. Brilliant. All right. So finally, the winning team for today's topic, nature positive economies. Are we ready for a world where ecosystems come first? Yes. All right. Far Eastern Private School, Al-Shahba, Sharjah.
Can we have the team?
Yes. Just a minute. Please raise your hands, Far Eastern, if you're here.
We will be sending emails to all the participating schools today with all the scores and the feedback from the jury.
All right, here.
Yes, thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations. Let me take a screenshot, please.
Thank you so much. Oh my God, thank you so much.
All right.
So we have the winners as the Far Eastern Al-Shahba Sharjah, and we have the first runner-up, Faroon Dwight School, and the second runner-up, we had a tie between Applied Technology in Al-Dhafra and DIA Emirates Hills. Well done, teams.
All right.
We are proud of you. You have done excellently well, and congratulations. Now we will put on the screen the Excel sheet where it shows all the teams that have competed today and their total scores as per the jury scoring.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Let me just full screen it.
Wow, you can see it is very, very competitive. You know, look at the numbers and the marks. It's just one after the other. Can you enlarge the screen, Varun, so that everybody can see and move slowly?
Yes, now we
Yeah,
have
move
two
slowly.
pages, and so this is the first one, and then the second set.
Everybody can see the screen? Can you take us back to the first? Yeah. So 185 Far Eastern Private School Al Shahba Sharjah, and 180 Dwight School and Applied Technology Al Dhafra and Dubai International Academy, both 178. And then we have Dubai National Al Tawar Boys 176, Leaders Private 175, Dubai National Al Barsha 174, Applied Technology Al Ain 173, and there's another tie of Applied Technology Ajman 173, Zayed Educational Complex in Sharjah 172, another tie 172, Applied Technology Abu Dhabi 172, and Fatima Bint Mubarak Abu Dhabi 171. Incredible results, really, and it's so near each other, and that shows that you are all winners. You have done incredibly well, and we are also proud of you. Keep it up. Take sustainability as your career path, team. Guys, this is the future. This is the future for you. Sustainability will open the doors for you, and we place our hope and aspirations in your hands that you will steer this world to a much better place than where it is today.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Habiba. That'll be an inspirational message for all the students out there. So before we conclude today's competition, just as a reminder, the crucial note for the winning team today, triumph today automatically propels you into the contention for the coveted overall winner position for the 26th cycle. So we kindly request the winning teams, all four, to be present at the grace of closing ceremony on 7th of May, to be present at 2 p.m. All right, once again, congratulations. And with that, we conclude the day one of the competition. I extend my farewell for the day and eagerly anticipate seeing all of you bright and early tomorrow morning.
Inshallah, jury members, we see you tomorrow morning.
Inshallah, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day, everybody, and a blessed evening, inshallah. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Varun. See you tomorrow, inshallah, everybody. Goodbye.
Bye.
Maya.
End. Just an end.